Chapter 1442. Qing Chen's power was beyond Qin Feng's imagination. After he left the Thousand Shadow sect, he found a deserted place to recuperate. With the help of elixirs, he recovered for 3 days and 3 nights. However, his injuries did not improve much. Qin Fen had been on the Immortal Island for the past 3 days. The spiritual energy here was incomparably abundant, which allowed his realm to stabilize a little. The giant winged fire demon's recovery speed was much faster than Qin Feng's. After 3 days, it was as if nothing had happened. This time, Qin Feng's main purpose in coming to the Divine Great Land was to find Zhao Lingxian and his mother, Qingying. Now that he had left, Qin Feng felt even more powerless. He found out that his mother had been taken away by a mysterious person 2 years ago, and although he had seen Zhao Lingxian, he had no way of taking her away. Qin Feng realized the importance of his cultivation level. At this moment, he was incredibly eager to break through to the next cultivation level as soon as possible so that he could kill Qin Chen and take Zhao Lingxian away. However, he still owed the system 1 million hedonist points, so it wasn't realistic for him to use the system to quickly break through. If he wanted to break through by cultivating normally, even on the Immortal Island with abundant spiritual qi, it wouldn't be something that could be done in a day or 2. After some thought, Qin Feng decided to return to Spirit Immortal City. He had been away for a while now, so it was time for him to visit Teacher Qiao and the others. He also had to complete the system's quest to build a technocracy. Tianyu City was quite a distance away from Spirit Immortal City. Even if a sacred sect disciple rode a horse day and night, it would still take a week. Qin Feng immediately took out the hummingbird. It was his first time piloting this star technology fighter. Qin Feng discovered that the hummingbird mech was different from the Black Dragon mech. The latter was an aircraft that focused on combat, while the hummingbird mech focused on speed and was an excellent escape weapon. Qin Fen piloted the hummingbird fighter all the way back to Spirit Immortal City in just 1 day and 1 night. He looked down at the land that belonged to him from high up in the sky, and his heart was finally a little comforted. Sect Leader Qiao, an unknown object, has been spotted in the sky. It's highly possible that it's an enemy invasion. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. As the sun was setting, the guards at the entrance of Spirit Immortal City noticed the hummingbird fighter jet in the sky. Qiao sure immediately looked up. Zhang Kuku and the other girls also looked up at the azure sky. Ever since they arrived at Spirit Immortal City, they had been guarding the entrance, waiting for Qin Feng to return. What is that? He can actually fly in the sky. Many disciples from other sects who had surrendered and joined the Immortal Souls sect were dumbfounded. It was obvious that this was the first time they had seen such an opportunity. Master Qiao had been in the outside world for 20 years, so he had seen airplanes before. However, seeing a plane in the Divine Great Land shocked him so much that his eyeballs almost popped out. Could it be a flying sword? This flying sword's speed is so fast. It doesn't look like a flying sword. That guy's body is much bigger than a flying sword. Could it be a legendary flying treasure? The crowd was in a flurry of discussion, forgetting for a moment whether the UFO was an enemy or not. The group of women suddenly burst into an uproar. Everyone was shocked by the women's behavior. Gray machine, gray machine. It's a big gray machine that only exists in the secular world of China. Zhang Kuku was so excited that she almost fainted. Hua Yan, Rin Xiaoyao, Qiao Shishir, and Shaoli were all excited. They had been in the Divine Great Land for several days, and they felt as if they had traveled to ancient times. Now that they saw a plane in the sky, they felt very familiar. Why is there a plane here? Ah, is Qin Feng back? Hua Yan suddenly shouted. The women immediately went crazy, and they all shouted at the fighter plane in the sky. Qin Feng flew high in the sky, so he did not hear the women's shouts. He was in a good mood when he returned to his own city. He deliberately flew the hummingbird fighter plane around the entire Immortal Soul City before he slowly landed at the entrance. As soon as he got off the fighter plane, a black mass of people rushed over. The people who rushed at the front were the disciples of various sacred sects. They still did not know whether the person in the fighter plane was a friend or a foe. However, when the crowd approached, the disciples immediately put away their weapons. The disciples of the Immortal Souls sect greet Elder Chiao. Sect leader Chiao Shi, little Elder Chiao Feng, is back. Qin Feng's real identity in the Immortal Soul sect was only known by the important figures of the Chiao family's spiritual beast master clan. As for these disciples, they only thought that Qin Feng was the little elder of the Immortal Soul sect. Chiao Shi had already rushed over. When he saw that the person was really Qin Feng, he was so excited that his body trembled. Chiao Feng, you're finally back. Did you go to the Thousand Shadows sect? Chiao Shi asked with concern. In front of so many disciples, Qin Feng would not reveal his real relationship with Chiao Gong. He said, respectfully, sect leader Chiao, I just came back from the Thousand Shadows sect. However, the situation didn't go well. Let's find a place with fewer people and talk in detail. Qin Feng was about to bring Chiao Gong to the main city when he suddenly stopped. He looked at the row of women standing at the side, and his eyes fell to the ground. Cuckoo? Huayan, Xiao Yao, Xiao Li Shi. You guys. I'm not dreaming, am I? The 5 women stood like statues at the top of the mountain. They did not dare to move, afraid that if they moved, they would suddenly wake up from this dream. Qin Feng also suspected that he was hallucinating because he missed them too much. However, after rubbing his eyes a few times, he realized that the scene in front of him had not changed at all. Zhang Cuckoo was the first to return to her senses. She realized that this was not a dream. She had gone through so much with her sisters to find the divine land from the outside world. Now, she was finally reunited with Big Brother Qin Feng. Sob, Big Brother Qin Feng, I can finally see you. Cuckoo feels so wronged. Zhang Cuckoo rushed into Qin Feng's arms. When the softness and fragrance rippled in his arms, Qin Feng was even more certain that this was not a dream. Sob. Qin Feng, is it really you? I miss you so much. Qin Feng, the 8 of us came to the divine land to look for you. After we found out that there's a spirit immortal city here, we came looking for you. We didn't expect that you were the one who built this city. I'm even reunited with my father and family here. Chiao Shi recounted their journey to the divine land. Xiao Li stood obediently by Qin Feng's side. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she looked at Qin Feng's side profile. Although Qin Feng appeared in front of them with Xiao Feng's appearance, the women knew his real identity. When they finally saw Qin Feng, they instantly cried like little children. The disciples of the sects were dumbfounded. Chiao Shi quickly ordered them to leave. Soon, only Qin Feng and the others were left on the mountain peak. Qin Feng no longer had any scruples and changed back to his original appearance. After listening to Chiao Shi's complaints, Qin Feng had a general understanding of the women's situation. His expression suddenly changed. He said to Zhang Cuckoo, who was in his arms, Huh? Cuckoo, didn't the 8 of you come together? Why are there only 5 of you? The 5 excited women suddenly became nervous when they saw Qin Feng. Chiao Shi quickly said, This is bad. I'm afraid Ruoro and the others are in trouble. Qin Feng was confused, but when he realized that Su Ruoro was also here, he immediately became nervous. Shi, speak clearly. What happened to Ruoro? Who else is with Ruoro? Chiao Shi's jade-like hands tightly gripped the corner of her clothes. She said anxiously, I just came to the Spirit Immortal City from Fire Beacon City 5 days ago. We found out that you went to Fire Beacon City, so Ruoro, Choya, and Qianhuan Child immediately rushed back to Fire Beacon City to see you again. But now that you're back, there's still no news from them. Could it be? Chiao Shi began to cry as she spoke. She didn't dare to think any further. Zhang Cuckoo and the others were also worried. They had been in the divine great land for some time and knew the dangers here. Back then, they were almost killed by Xian Qianzhong from the Profound Ice sect when they rushed to Spirit Immortal City from Fire Beacon City. What if something really happened to Ruo Ro and the others? After learning the situation, Qin Feng's palms were covered in a layer of cold sweat. Compared to these women, he knew the dangers of the divine great land better. There were no rules or systems to speak of here. Everything depended on one's fists. Furthermore, the Holy Gate disciples here all started cultivating from the true Qi stage. Su Ruoro and the other two women's realms were at the lowest level of cannon fodder here. Furthermore, they were all beautiful celestial immortals, so the odds were against them. No, I have to go to Fire Beacon City now. Qin Feng originally planned to stay for a few more days to recuperate while building the technocracy, but his plans couldn't keep up with the changes. After knowing that the three women went to Fire Beacon City to find him, Qin Feng couldn't stay any longer. Big brother Qin Feng, bring Cuckoo with you. Zhang Cuckoo hugged Qin Feng's arm tightly and didn't want to let go. Hua Yan, Ren Xiaoyao, Shaoli, and Xiao Shishir surrounded him. They also wanted to go with Qin Feng to find the three women. Qin Feng couldn't bring them. They were experts in China's secular world, but their cultivation levels were too low in the divine great land. It would affect the efficiency of Qin Feng's search. Master, you've made too many enemies in the divine great land. I suggest you set up a formation passage in the Spirit Immortal Gate before you leave. Little Pig's voice suddenly sounded. Qin Feng didn't quite understand it. What formation passage? It's the formation that leads to the Immortal Island. This formation doesn't just go through Master's mind. It can also be set up in the outside world. As long as you join the Hero Alliance, you can enter and exit the Immortal Island through the formation. Little Pig explained. Qin Feng was astonished. The function of this formation was really amazing. With it, Zhang Cuckoo and the others could enter and exit the Immortal Island at will. Just as Little Pig said. Although Qin Feng hadn't been in the divine great land for long, he had made too many enemies. If these enemies joined forces and besieged the Spirit Immortal City, the Qiao family and the Beast Clan army alone wouldn't be able to defend the city. If he set up a formation passage to the Immortal Island in the Spirit Immortal Gate, even if the Spirit Immortal City was attacked, the women and the Qiao family could hide on the Immortal Island and keep their lives. Qin Feng would take back the Spirit Immortal City after that. Time was of the essence, so Qin Feng immediately brought everyone back to the Spirit Immortal Gate. He set up a formation passage to the Immortal Island in a valley in the deepest part of the sect. According to Little Pig, no one could break this formation. Only those who joined the Hero Alliance could enter and exit it. Little Pig, how many formation passages can you set up in total? Qin Feng suddenly asked. Master, don't think too much. There are only 3, and now there's only 1 left. Little Pig could read Qin Feng's mind. Chapter 1443. As Qin Feng busied himself, the array formation in the Celestial Spirit's Gate was set up. He also added the Qiao family into the Heroes Alliance. Instantly, the names of over 100 new members appeared on the Hero Leaderboard. Everyone was stunned by the miraculous Hero Alliance. Qin Feng realized that the Hero Alliance's communication function and the Time-Space Gate's function had yet to be restored. Right now, everyone could only see the Hero Leaderboard in their minds, but they couldn't communicate with each other. Big brother Qin Feng, what were you busy with just now? Zhang Cuckoo curiously looked at the ground under her feet. Qin Feng had thrown a lot of spirit stones and formation flags here, but she couldn't see anything now. Qin Feng patted Zhang Cuckoo's head and said to everyone, I've set up an array here. It can lead you to a mysterious realm. The realm is rich with spiritual energy. You can go to the Immortal Island to cultivate. I'll rush to Fire Beacon City tonight. I don't know how long it'll take me to come back. If you encounter any life-threatening danger while I'm away, Remember to hide on the immortal island immediately through this formation, because outsiders can't enter this formation. Everyone was amazed by Qin Feng's words. Zhang, Cuckoo, and the girls had only seen the teleportation formation that led to the divine land from the outside world. They didn't expect Qin Feng to set up such a powerful formation. Qiao Shi and the others had lived in the divine land for more than 20 years. They had heard of teleportation formations in Fire Beacon City when doing missions, but they had never experienced it themselves. Everyone looked at Qin Feng with curiosity and anticipation. Qin Feng was amused by their silly expressions and personally led them to the immortal island. The scene in front of them changed drastically. They were surrounded by a vast plain with immortal energy lingering around the peak of the mountain. In the open space, there was a huge tree that reached the sky. The tree was filled with fiery red fruits. Under the tree, there were thousands of small fire beasts rolling and playing. The gigantic winged fire demon was flying high in the sky, and the few heroes were sitting by the side, cultivating. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. They couldn't come back to their senses for a moment. It felt like a dream. Hua Xiaojin was also stunned when she saw Qin Feng bringing a group of people. She became inexplicably nervous when she saw Zhang Cuckoo and the other beauties. Young Master Qiao, who are these people? Hua Xiaojin came up and held Qin Feng's arm. She looked like she was afraid that Qin Feng would abandon her. The other women were also sizing up Hua Xiaojin, attracted by the immortal aura on this woman. Even without Qin Feng's introduction, Zhang Cuckoo and the others could tell that this woman was Qin Feng's new sister in the divine land. Don't be afraid, little Zhen. These are all sisters from the outside world. You should spend more time with them in the future to familiarize yourself with them. Qin Feng comforted Hua Xiaojin and introduced her to the girls. This is Hua Xiaojin, a native of China. When I first arrived here, I met Xiaojin. Thanks to her help, I survived until now. Qin Feng had purposely displayed Hua Xiaojin's importance so that Zhang Cuckoo and the other women would accept her. To be honest, Zhang Cuckoo and the rest did not have any ill intentions towards Hua Xiaojin. Ah, so it's big sister Xiaojin. Thank you for taking care of Qin Feng all this time. From now on, we'll be good sisters. We'll take care of each other. Qiao Shi stepped forward and grabbed Hua Xiaojin's hand. Hua Xiaojin was stunned and couldn't come back to her senses. She had thought about it a long time ago. If she could leave Shenzhou with young Master Qiao and go to the outside world, what would happen when she met young Master Qiao's woman in the outside world? Hua Xiaojin had thought of no less than 100 scenarios, but she never thought this would happen. Qin Feng's women were too kind. They didn't reject her at all and accepted her so easily. I am just young Master Qiao's lowly servant. Ladies, please don't be so courteous with me. Hua Xiaojin immediately became nervous. Her stubborn mindset was acting up again. When the women saw Hua Xiaojin's worried expression, they couldn't be forceful with her. They surrounded her and whispered to her in an attempt to build a good relationship with her. When Qin Feng saw this peaceful scene, he was very happy. He brought the Qiao clan around the immortal island and introduced the situation there. He also warned everyone not to rashly explore the mysterious area shrouded in immortal fog. When Qin Feng returned from his stroll, he discovered that Hua Xiaojin and the other women had already become one. She was no longer as cautious and reserved as before. She was chatting and laughing with the women as if they were close sisters. Everyone, stay on the immortal island and cultivate. I'll go to Fire Beacon City to find Ruo Ro and the others. Qin Feng couldn't stay any longer after settling the women and the matters in Spirit Immortal City. His heart was filled with worry for the 3 women. The women had just reunited with Qin Feng and had to part ways again. They were very reluctant, but they knew the situation was urgent, so no one asked Qin Feng to stay. Everyone sent Qin Feng to the exit of the formation. Zhang Cuckoo suddenly yelled, "That's right, big brother Qin Feng. If you meet the people from the mysterious ice sect, you must teach them a lesson. Especially that Xian Qianzhong guy, he's such a bastard. Qin Fen had a conflict with the mysterious ice sect in the outside world. He killed a few disciples of the mysterious ice sect after entering the divine continent. But he didn't expect them to provoke Zhang Kuku and the others. Kuku, speak clearly. What happened? Qin Fen asked with concern. Zhang, Kuku immediately complained. When we first came to the divine continent, we were teleported to Fire Beacon City. Since we knew nothing about this place, we went to gather information together. That Xian Qianzhong from the mysterious ice sect was up to no good. He pretended to invite us to his room to inform us. But halfway through, he became lustful and wanted to take us for himself. That guy was at the 5th level of true Qi, and none of the sisters could beat him. Just as the sisters were about to be forced to commit suicide, I showed my prowess and killed 2 of the profound ice sect's disciples, severely injuring Xian Qian, but he escaped in the end. Zhang Kuku was filled with anger when she talked about the incident. If it wasn't for the boundless energy in her body, the 8 of them would have committed suicide. Qin Fen's eyes were bloodshot. He looked at Xiao Shishir and asked, Shishir, is what Kuku said true? Zhang Kuku pouted and complained, Brother Qin Fen, why would I joke about this? You don't believe me? It's true, Xiao Shishir said. Qin Feng immediately hugged Zhang Kuku in his arms and patted her head dotingly. All right, it's all thanks to Kuku this time. I'll remember this great merit for you. Once I'm done with my work, I'll get you whatever reward you want. As for the mysterious ice sect, it will be erased from the divine continent from tonight onwards. Qin Fen's tone left no room for doubt. The girls knew that he was going to kill his way to the mysterious ice sect in the middle of the night. However, they didn't know Qin Fen's current realm, especially after they entered the divine continent. They realized that the Holy Gate's disciples here were all extraordinary. Although Qin Fen was the strongest martial artist in the outside world, how could he do the same here? Qin Fen were fine. Don't go to the mysterious ice sect. Hua Yan suddenly ran over and pulled Qin Fen's arm. Ren Xiao Yao also said worriedly, the disciples here are all very powerful. It's best if we don't cause any trouble. Once we find Ruo Ro and Ling Xian, we'll think of a way to return. Xiao Li and Xiao Shishir secretly nodded, agreeing with Ren Xiao Yao's words. Under such circumstances, Zhang Kuku stopped fooling around. She raised her head and said, Big Brother Qin Fen, forget it. I don't want to take revenge anymore. Hurry up and find Ruo Ro and the others. Then bring us back. Qin Fen understood the girls' thoughts. He looked at them one by one and said with determination, Ruo Ro, Qiuya, Qian Huan, and Ling Xian, my mother, and the mysterious ice sect. Don't worry about me. I've already broken through to stage 7 true Qi in the divine continent. There aren't many people in this world who can suppress me. How dare the mysterious ice sect bully my women? If I don't teach them a lesson, how am I supposed to face all of you? Qin Fen's words were so domineering that the girls looked at him with stars in their eyes. At the same time, the girls were shocked. They remembered that when Qin Fen left Hero City, he was only at stage 4 true Qi. In just 2 months, he had already broken through to stage 7 true Qi. After bidding farewell to the girls, Qin Fen piloted the hummingbird fighter towards the mysterious ice sect. The mysterious ice sect was also in Heaven Region City. It was one of the weaker sacred sects in Heaven Region City. The hummingbird fighter flew for a day and a night. When Qin Fen arrived at the foot of the mysterious ice sect's mountain, the sky had already turned dark. The entire mysterious ice sect was shrouded in darkness. Who are you? This is the sacred place of the mysterious ice sect. Outsiders, hurry up and... As soon as Qin Fen arrived at the entrance of the mountain, he was stopped by 2 disciples. Without saying a word, Qin Fen casually threw a few fire blades. The 2 disciples were beheaded before they could finish their sentence. There were dozens of disciples guarding the entrance. When they regained their senses, they saw the headless bodies lying in a pool of blood. Their hearts turned cold. Who are you? Why did you kill the disciples of the mysterious ice sect? How dare you trespass into the sacred place of the mysterious ice sect? Aren't you afraid that I'll send the great elder and sect leader to kill you? The disciples could tell that Qin Fun was strong, so no one dared to take the initiative to attack him. Some of them even used the name of the sect's elder and sect leader to intimidate Qin Fun. However, Qin Fun's expression did not change. It was as if he did not hear their threats. He said calmly, "I am Qiao Feng, a disciple of the Celestial Soul Sect. Tonight, I will enter the mysterious ice sect to take revenge. If you don't want to die, leave quickly. When the real battle begins, the sword in my hand will not have eyes." Qin Fun's words were arrogant and overbearing. He came alone, but he had the aura of wanting to destroy the mysterious ice sect. The disciples were all enraged. One of the senior brothers suddenly swung his sword and said, "Let's all attack together. We're not afraid of him alone. Rumble." Chapter 1444. The disciples who were about to follow their senior brothers to kill Qin Feng all stopped. Their eyes were filled with fear, as if Qin Feng was a demon that crawled out of the ground. Qin Feng did not care about the disciples guarding the gate at all. He strode with his hands behind his back as if he was on a tour. The dozen disciples retreated, their hands on the swords at their waists. They wanted to attack, but did not dare to. "Don't go any further, or else we will." Seeing that Qin Feng was about to step into the inner area, another disciple could not take it anymore and threatened him. Just like before, his body suddenly exploded halfway through his sentence. A burning smell wafted through the air. It was as if flesh and blood were being burnt, and it almost made the other disciples vomit. Qin Feng was decisive and ruthless. His attack was so fast that the mysterious ice sect disciples did not even see what was going on before their senior brothers exploded into pieces. At this point, no one dared to stop Qin Feng. They held their breaths, not even daring to breathe. Qin Feng ignored the group of disciples guarding the gate. These people were the lowest existences in the mysterious ice sect. He came here to take revenge on Xian Qianzhong and then kill the sect master of the mysterious ice sect. He wanted to remove the name of this evil sect from the divine great land. Whoosh! A gust of wind suddenly blew. Qin Feng turned into a pink light and disappeared, rushing towards the inner area of the mysterious ice sect. The group of disciples who were guarding the gate were still in a daze, staring at each other in bewilderment. "Quick, go and report to the elders. There is an expert trespassing into the mysterious ice sect." Finally, some disciples woke up. They did not need to report to the elders anymore. Qin Feng turned into a pink light and stepped into the area where the core disciples and elders lived. Suddenly, dozens of black shadows appeared in the air and surrounded Qin Feng from all directions. A few deep and cold voices echoed in the sky. "Who are you? Surrender now. This is the holy land of the mysterious ice sect in Heaven Domain City. Those who are not disciples of our sect are not allowed to enter. You look like a disciple of another sacred sect. How can you not know this rule? Why are you still talking to him? If he dares to trespass the great mysterious ice sect, just kill him." The group of mysterious ice sect core disciples completely surrounded Qin Feng. Relying on their numbers, they did not put Qin Feng in their eyes at all. However, there was a sudden explosion in midair. The man who was yelling about killing Qin Feng suddenly split in the middle. His body exploded into two halves and fell to the ground. The clamoring voices immediately disappeared. The dozen or so disciples who had rushed over and were about to attack quickly retreated. There were about 30 or so core disciples who maintained a distance of 30 meters from Qin Feng and stared at him with serious expressions. "Who are you? Why did you go on a killing spree without saying anything?" A core disciple at the 5th layer of true Qi gathered his courage and asked, Qin Feng was surrounded by people, but he stood there like a pine tree with an indifferent expression. It was as if the people around him were nothing to him. I am Qiao Feng, a disciple of the Celestial Spirit sect. Tonight, I have come to take revenge on the mysterious ice sect. I will definitely kill any disciple of the mysterious ice sect. I advise you to leave now. Otherwise, it will be too late for you to leave later. The mysterious ice sect was considered a small sacred sect that did not make the cut in the divine continent. Compared to the 1,000 Shadow sect, one of the 5 supreme existences of the divine continent, they were not even worth mentioning. Their overall strength was even weaker than the Spirit Beast sect, Ji Chen, and other sections. Therefore, the so-called core disciples surrounding Qin Feng were only at the 5th layer of true Qi. Even experts at the 6th layer of true Qi were rare. Everyone gritted their teeth at Qin Feng's arrogant words, but no one dared to attack. The disciple who was killed by Qin Feng's fireblade was one of the few experts at the 5th layer of true Qi. Even that senior brother could not withstand one move from Qin Feng. What confidence did these disciples have to fight with him? The atmosphere suddenly became deadlocked. The group of core disciples did not plan to leave, nor did they dare to attack. They were deliberately stalling for time. They thought that once the elder and sect leader arrived, this arrogant brat in front of them would definitely die. Qin Feng was very clear about these people's intentions, but he was too lazy to expose them. These disciples were waiting for the elder and sect leader to appear, and Qin Feng was also waiting for them to arrive. Not long after, a gale suddenly rose in the air, and 5 black shadows shot out from different directions, like 5 sharp arrows flying in the air. Qin Feng's expression suddenly changed. Without saying anything, he raised his hand. Immediately, a golden light illuminated the sky. The elder who was swatting at him exploded in midair. Rumble! The loud explosion continued, but the other 4 black shadows suddenly retreated. After the 4 elders landed on the ground, they looked up into the sky. Seeing Elder Xian'ao die, just like that, the 4 of them were stunned. The group of core disciples were even more dumbfounded. They could not help but let out a cry of surprise. Xian'ao was one of the 5 great elders of mysterious ice sect. Although he was the weakest elder, he had also stepped into the 6th layer of true Qi. Even with such a powerful realm, he could not withstand the power of the other party's blade. How powerful was this person? Who are you? Why are you making an enemy of our mysterious ice sect? One of the 4 elders who were still alive opened his mouth. Does your mysterious ice sect have a bastard called Qianzhou? Tell him to come out and kneel before me. Qin Feng finally saw a few people in charge, so he directly went into the main topic. The group of core disciples suddenly burst into an uproar. Qin Feng's arrogance had refreshed their horizons time and time again. This was the mysterious ice sect's base, and there were many disciples and experts in the sect. How could they allow him to behave so atrociously here? Moreover, Xianzhou had a prominent position in mysterious ice sect because he was the only son of the sect leader, Xianxian. In the future, he would inherit the position of sect leader. How dare you talk nonsense in our mysterious ice sect? Disciples, listen up. Set up the mysterious ice sword formation. The 4 great elders were instantly enraged. One of them gave the order, and the 30 or so core disciples gathered around immediately pulled out their swords and ran. Qin Feng was surrounded in the center of the field. The disciples each held a sword and ran around him. Qin Feng did not know if they were dizzy from running around. Qin Feng was dizzy from watching. Attack! At this moment, the elders shouted again. The disciples who were running suddenly pointed their swords at Qin Feng, as if they were sharp swords stabbing towards him. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. Every disciple's body was as cold as frost. Their swords emitted cold air. Before the swords completely fell, the air shot out hundreds of thousands of ice thorns towards Qin Feng. Boom! Qin Feng waved his hand, and instantly a golden sword energy that was a few hundred meters long condensed in the air. The moment the long sword landed, the row of disciples exploded into the sky. Flesh and blood rained down. Rumble. After the sword fell, Qin Feng turned around and slashed again. Golden light flashed. Suddenly, the people behind him also exploded into the sky. The air was filled with loud noises, as if the sky was going to explode. The disciples who were still alive did not dare to attack again. Some of them did not even dare to pick up their swords. They ran far away as if they were running for their lives. "You bunch of trash, come back!" The 4 elders were so angry that they blew their beards and glared at them. However, no matter how they shouted, the disciples ignored them. Qin Feng stood still like a pine tree. There was not even a wound on his body. He broke into the mysterious ice sect alone and fought until now as if nothing had happened. The 4 elders realized Qin Feng's strength. They knew that this time the mysterious ice sect would be in great danger of being annihilated. At the same time, the 4 of them complained in their hearts. This Qin Feng specifically came to cause trouble for Xian Qianzhong. That brat relied on the fact that he was the only son of the sect leader, Xian Xian, and usually caused trouble outside. Every time, the 5 elders had to clean up after him. And this time, Elder Xianao was already wiped to death. "Brat, if you leave now, we can pretend that nothing happened tonight. If you dare to mess around again, don't blame us for being impolite." The leading elder was called Sovereign Xian, and he was the leader of the 5 elders of the mysterious ice sect. He was a sovereign who had stepped into true Qi stage 7, but even he wasn't confident. He couldn't wait for Qin Feng to leave. However, Qin Feng didn't do as they wished. He stood still like a towering mountain. "My patience is limited. Hurry up and tell that bastard, Xian Qianzhong, to come out and kneel before me. Otherwise, I'll massacre your mysterious ice sect. Brat, you sure have guts? Then let me see what you're capable of." Sovereign Xian was completely enraged. He suddenly leaped into the air and disappeared. As soon as he moved, the other 3 elders also moved. The 4 of them clearly fought together. Their actions were almost identical. They didn't need to communicate to block off all of Qin Feng's escape routes. Suddenly, the sound of swords rang out in the air. The 4 elders slashed down with their swords. Their swords were filled with cold air, and wherever they went, the air instantly froze. A strange and mysterious scene appeared around Qin Feng. The swords that slashed through the air were frozen, and layer by layer, they enveloped Qin Feng. Boom! Qin Feng casually threw a punch. It was as if thunder and a tiger's roar could be heard. The wind from his fist was mixed with tens of flying swords. Under such a ferocious attack, the tens of layers of ice walls did not shatter, but cracks appeared. The expressions of Sovereign Xian and the others changed. They were obviously shocked by Qin Feng's strength. The 4 of them worked together to form the mysterious ice sword formation. The sword Qi turned into ice, and it could freeze a true Qi stage 6 expert to death. Even a true Qi stage 7 expert would have to avoid them. But now, Qin Feng had almost destroyed their sword formation with just 1 punch. How powerful was he? "This brat is stronger than we thought. Just use your ultimate move." Xianao was no longer in the mood to play with Qin Feng. The long sword in his hand sped up, and the sword Qi in the air intensified. Chapter 1445. The space that Qin Feng could stand in was getting smaller and smaller. He was now only 2 meters in front of him. Ice walls formed from sword Qi surrounded him, and they were closing in on him. Xian Zun and the others finally smiled. It was as if they could already see Qin Feng being squashed alive by the ice wall. However, the smiles on their faces suddenly froze. A series of explosions rocked the ground. Rumble. Dozens of ice walls had already formed, forming a layer of ice that was even harder than the city walls. Sovereign Xian and the others could not even see through the ice. But suddenly, hundreds of red lights appeared in the ice. The four of them were confused. What were those things? Sovereign Xian, I have a bad feeling about this. Should we retreat? One of the elders was nervous, and his palms were sweating. The other two elders also realized that something was wrong. A hidden sense of danger was about to explode. Sovereign Xian refused to give up. He felt that if the four of them could hold on for a little longer, the kid would be killed. But before he could say anything, the ice suddenly exploded. The four of them finally saw clearly what the red dots on the ice layer were. They were actually thousands of red spear lights shooting towards them like sharp arrows. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Qin Fun's spear pierced through the air, and the spear lights rained down like arrows. Sovereign Xian had already dodged, but his arms and legs were still wounded. The other three elders did not even have the chance to escape. Their bodies were pierced by the spear lights again and again, and they were suspended in the air. The three elders' eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. Even before they died, they could not believe that Qin Fin was so powerful. Rumble. When the spear lights landed, the three elders' bodies exploded like fireworks in the night sky. Blood splattered on the ground. An entire Xianbing sect was filled with the stench of blood. Qin Fin leaped into the air and landed in front of Sovereign Xian in a few breaths. Sovereign Xian was already trembling in fear. When he saw Qin Fin kill the three elders with his own eyes, he no longer had any desire to continue fighting. Young hero, please spare my life. I have no grudge against you. Please don't kill me. Sovereign Xian panicked and lost all his arrogance. Qin Fan's expression was indifferent. Just as he was about to kill Xian Qianzhong with his spear, Xian Zun shouted, Young hero, I am willing to take you to Xian Qianzhong. Rumble. Qin Feng didn't hesitate in the slightest as he thrust his spear. This spear was not the Rainbow Demon Storm spear, but an ice spear that Qin Fen had casually condensed using extreme ice. The blue ice spear pierced through Xian Zun's heart. Xian Zun was not dead yet. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the ice spear in disbelief. Don't think that your profound ice sect is the only one who knows how to play with ice. When I play with extreme ice, all of you will be scared to death. Pucci. As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, he pulled out the ice spear. Xian Zun's body floated to the ground, completely dead. Looking at Xian Zun's body, Qin Fen seemed to be talking to himself. You guys didn't want Xian Qianzhong to come out before, but now I don't need you guys to lead me. I will turn the profound ice sect upside down and take him down myself. Qin Fen didn't move. He knew that there was no need for him to look for the sect leader and Xian Qianzhong. They would find him themselves. Just as Qin Fen expected, after waiting for half a minute, a flurry of hurried footsteps came from all directions. There was also a black shadow flickering in the air. Its speed was even faster than the 5 grand elders of mystic, venerable Lord Xian. Rumble. As soon as the black shadow arrived, a palm landed. Qin Fen stepped on his flying sword and flashed away, creating a large crater in the ground where he had been standing. In less than 10 seconds, the empty space was surrounded by hundreds of people. It seemed that all the disciples of the profound ice sect were gathered here. Brat, how dare you break into my profound ice sect at night and kill my disciples and elders? I am the sect leader, Xian Zun, and I will kill you today. At the top of a castle stood an elder in a black robe. Qin Fen didn't need to introduce himself to know that he was the sect leader of the profound ice sect, because in the entire profound ice sect, only the Xian Zun's aura was as calm as the sea. Qin Fen couldn't tell how strong he was. However, Qin Fen wasn't afraid of him. This Xian Zun's aura was similar to that of the vice sect leader of the Blazing Sun sect. He was most likely a stage 8 true qi expert. Spirit Beast sect, Ji Chen, Yu Luo Quan, Yun Huishan, and the other sect leaders of Distant Ice City and Meteor City were all at stage 8 true qi. Where's that bastard Xian Qianzhong? Why isn't he coming out to kowtow and wait for death? Even in front of the sect leader of the profound ice sect, Qin Fen was still full of arrogance. The hundreds of disciples gathered around were shocked. They couldn't understand where Qin Fen's confidence came from. He dared to challenge the might of the entire profound ice sect by himself? Stinking brat, I am Xian Qianzhong. I want to see what you can do to me today. Xian Qianzhong had long known about Qin Fen's attack on the profound ice sect. He didn't dare to come out before. Now that his father, the Xianzun, was personally leading the team with hundreds of sect disciples, how could Xian Qianzhong be afraid of Qin Fen? He was mixed in the crowd of disciples waiting to attack Qin Fen. However, halfway through his arrogant words, a ball of fire flashed in front of him. He subconsciously touched his neck and realized that his head had been knocked off. Whoosh! The crowd was instantly in an uproar. Many disciples standing beside Xian Qianzhong were so scared that they fell down. Dead? Senior brother Xian Qianzhong is dead? Who killed senior brother Qianzhong? Come out if you have the guts. Qin Fen had always been like this. 10 steps to kill a person, 1,000 miles without leaving his name. His attack speed was so fast that the group of disciples didn't even know how Xian Qianzhong died. The disciples standing near Xian Qianzhong panicked. They knew that the opponent was here to kill Xian Qianzhong. Otherwise, he could have easily killed any one of them. But not everyone was oblivious. The profound immortal, standing at the top of the castle, roared and waved his palm at Qin Fen. How dare you kill my child? I'll tear you into pieces. The profound immortal standing at the top of the castle was furious. Rumble. The power of a level 8 true Qi cultivator was not to be underestimated. Moreover, the Xianzun suddenly lost his son and was in a state of madness. His skinny palms danced like the wind. In a breath, thousands of palm prints landed on the ground, creating a large pit. The 100 or so profound ice sect disciples were startled. Seeing that the sect leader had already made his move, they naturally chased after Qin Fen. In an instant, he was surrounded by everyone. Even Qin Fen couldn't fight back. He wasn't afraid of the 5 or 6 true Qi cultivators on the ground. The main thing was that he didn't dare to touch the Xianzun. Qin Fen flew on his golden wheel. From time to time, a pink light flashed in the sky, indicating that a few profound ice sect disciples were pierced by flying swords. Seeing that more and more disciples were killed, the Xianzun's eyes were spitting fire. His speed suddenly increased by a lot. He stabbed his sword into Qin Fen's back. Rumble! A loud sound exploded on Qin Fen's back. If he wasn't wearing the golden rock heavenly supreme armor, he would have been pierced by the Xianzun sword. However, this sword made him fall to the ground and sink into a huge pit. The 100 or so disciples on the ground immediately flew over with the intention to tear Qin Fen into pieces. However, Qin Fen's angry roar came from the huge pit. Whoever stays behind will die. Qiao Feng, I'm going to start a massacre. Now that Qin Fen was injured by the Xianzun, how could those disciples believe his nonsense? They all rushed over as if to snatch the credit. More than 30 people had already leaped into the air. The long swords in their hands fell towards the bottom of the pit. The sword Qi collided and condensed in midair, causing sparks to burst out. Although these disciples were mostly at the 5th true Qi stage, the combined attack of dozens of people was not to be underestimated. Rumble! A violent explosion spread out, followed by a wild beast's roar. The expressions of the dozens of disciples who rushed over changed greatly. They didn't know when, but a huge fiery red beast had emerged from the huge pit. The huge beast was more than 5 meters tall. Its arms were as thick as a tree. With a wave of its long arms, the air exploded. The group of so-called true Qi realm disciples were like flies that couldn't withstand a single blow. They were all swatted to the ground. Roar, roar! The gigantic winged fire demon roared towards the sky and jumped out of the huge pit. The moment it landed, The entire valley shook and the ground sank deep. Qin Fan had already stepped on the golden wheel and flashed to the distant sky. The gigantic winged fire demon charged forward, as if it had entered an uninhabited land. The group of mysterious ice sect disciples didn't even have time to recover from their shock. One by one, they were trampled into meat paste by the huge feet of the fire demon. Looking at this massacre scene, Qin Fan's expression was indifferent. He had already warned the mysterious ice sect disciples to quickly leave. It was these disciples who didn't want to live, so they couldn't blame him. The sudden appearance of the gigantic winged fire demon completely disrupted the group of disciples' formation. In less than half a minute, more than 30 disciples had died miserably in the hands of the fire demon. The other 50 disciples were so scared that they abandoned their weapons and fled. There were still more than 20 people who persisted in the bloody battle, but they simply couldn't withstand the ferocity of the fire demon. Even the Xian immortal was stunned. He really couldn't understand where such a huge, magical beast came from. However, the Xian immortal could see that the gigantic winged fire demon was a high-level magical beast. Its strength was comparable to a martial cultivator at the 8th level of true qi. As a magical beast, its attack power was astonishing and its defense was heaven-defying. Even the Xian immortal wasn't confident that he could take down the fire demon. "Stinking brat, even if I die, I will drag you down with me." The Xian immortal realized that the situation was over. Tonight, the mysterious ice sect would disappear. In his anger, he brandished his sword and attacked Qin Fan. In his eyes, Qin Fan wasn't his match at all. The moment the long sword fell, the air instantly froze. The Xian immortal's expression changed greatly. The scene of Qin Fan being frozen into an ice sculpture in his imagination didn't appear. Where was Qin Fan's figure in front of him? However, a gust of wind suddenly appeared behind him. When the Xian immortal turned his head, thousands of red spear auras surged over like a tide. Rumble! The spear auras were like arrows unstoppable. The Xian immortal's body instantly exploded in the air. Chapter 1446. Qin Feng heaved a long sigh of relief as he looked at the bloodied corpses on the ground. The hatred between him and the mysterious ice sect had started in the secular world of China. Yi Beixian from the Yi family in the capital had brought a group of disciples from the mysterious ice sect to the Dongfang family to cause trouble. At first, Qin Fan had been defeated by Yi Beixian, but now Yi Beixian had single-handedly killed his way to the base of the mysterious ice sect in the Divine Land and destroyed the sect in one night. Qin Fan sent out several balls of destructive flames, directly burning the Black Ice sect. He was already on his way to Fire Beacon City. Destroying the mysterious ice school was only a small part of his plan. When Qin Feng found out about the Divine Continent's 5 venerables and saw the power of the 1,000 Shadow sect leader, Qingqin, he realized how powerful the Divine Continent was. How could a Xian immortal, a Stage 8 True Qi Stage 8 ant, display such power? After traveling for an entire night, Qin Feng arrived at Fire Beacon City early in the morning. He didn't dare to delay for even a second since he was afraid that something would happen to the 3 women. This was Qin Feng's second time at Fire Beacon City, so he was very familiar with the place. He immediately went to the northern office of Fire Beacon Hall and asked Deacon E to help him find the whereabouts of the 3 women. The northern district office of the Fire Beacon Hall was packed with people as usual. Most of them were disciples from the Saint Gate who came here to take on missions. Qin Feng directly bypassed the main hall and headed towards the office. Just when he arrived at the door of Deacon Yi's office, he was stopped by 2 staff members. "Hey, who are you? Why did you come to our office?" One of the brawny men glared at Qin Feng coldly. "I'm looking for Deacon E." Qin Feng didn't want to waste time and was about to enter. The 2 burly men stood on the left and right side of the door like 2 door gods. "Brat, Deacon E isn't here. If you have anything to say, go line up in the lobby." The brawny man glared at Qin Feng coldly. He thought Qin Feng was here to ask for help. Qin Feng was a bit impatient and said, "You can ask Administrator Wang to see me." The two muscular men stared blankly for a moment before bursting into laughter. They were amused by Qin Feng's words. Who did he think he was? You can see the deacon whenever you want to? You want Deacon Wang to come out and see you? What a joke! Stinking brat, I'm warning you, don't cause trouble here. Otherwise, we'll throw you out. The two brawny men's expressions became fierce. Qin Feng laughed coldly in his heart. These two people were merely at the fourth stage of true qi. He could kill them with one palm strike. If you don't move aside, I'll toss you aside, Qin Feng said coldly. Hey, you sound like you're telling the truth. Why don't you throw one at me? One of the brawny men shouted fiercely. However, halfway through his words, a muffled sound came from the passageway. That guy had already been thrown more than 10 meters away by Qin Feng. He crashed into the ground and created a few cracks. The other burly man forcefully swallowed the harsh words in his stomach and carefully moved to the side to make way for Qin Feng. He gulped and looked at Qin Feng nervously. Qin Feng ignored him and kicked open WNG Lei's door. However, Deacon Wang was not in the room. He went to Deacon Yi's office again, but the old sly fox was not there either. Where did Deacon Yi and Deacon Wang go? When will you be back? Qin Feng stared anxiously at the brawny man outside the door. The staff member trembled in fear and carefully said, I'm just a normal disciple here. No, I don't know where Deacon Wang went, and I have no right to ask. Seeing that the other person was just a small fry, Qin Feng was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He simply sat in Deacon Wang's office and waited for that guy to return. After waiting for a while, two people came in, but they were not WNG Lei. The two of them were wearing the uniform of the Fire Beacon Hall's North Office. After entering the room, the two of them looked at Qin Feng strangely. It was clear that they had never seen him before. However, the two of them did not ask about Qin Feng's identity and sat at a table to the side to chat. Gao Yang, didn't you bring 3 beauties to the teleportation formation the day before yesterday? Didn't you do anything to them? The well-built man laughed strangely. The other tall man said, Lei Shan, do you think I don't want to take those 3 beauties? I did bring up the idea of conquering them, but they didn't want to. Lei Shan said with a speechless expression, Fuck! If they didn't want to, you wouldn't have used forceful methods? You really wasted such a good opportunity. It would have been great if you had sent me to lead the 3 of them that day. Your elder would have definitely gotten them. Gao Yang pursed his lips and said, Stop your wishful thinking. Do you think I didn't play forceful? I already threatened them with death. But in the end, those 3 girls were each more unyielding than the last. One of the girls put a long sword to her neck and said that if I took one more step forward, she would kill herself. I thought she was just scaring me, but she really did drop her sword. If it wasn't for the other 2 girls stopping her, someone would have died. Lei Shan's expression changed. He did not think that this would happen. He and Gao Yang were both ordinary disciples who had just joined the Fire Beacon Hall's North Office. They did not dare to cause any trouble, or else they would be severely punished by the higher-ups of the Fire Beacon Hall. Just as the 2 of them were chatting intensely, a cold voice suddenly sounded in their ears, scaring the 2 of them so much that they almost jumped. What are the names of the 3 girls you were talking about? Where did they go? Gao Yang and Lei Shan looked at Qin Feng with a bit of resentment. However, the 2 of them could not figure out his identity and could not get angry at him. Gao Yang probed, Brother, what do you do in the Fire Beacon Hall's North Office? Qin Feng slapped him and growled, I'm asking you a question. What are the names of those 3 girls? Gao Yang felt that his head was almost sent flying by Qin Feng's slap. He was so angry that he immediately roared, How can you hit people so casually, brat? Do you believe that I won't call the administrator to take care of you? Qin Feng heard the entire conversation between the 2 of them. He guessed that the 3 girls were most likely Su Ruaro and the other 2. Knowing that Gao Yang wanted to force himself on the three of them, Qin Feng's eyes spat out flames. He casually waved his hand, and a flame suddenly appeared. The head of Gao Yang, who was acting ruthlessly, flew out. Fresh blood immediately stained the wooden table and floor. Lei Shan's eyeballs fell to the ground and he fell on his butt. His hand accidentally touched Gao Yang's head, and he was so scared that he threw Gao Yang's head far away. Hero, don't kill me. I was wrong, I know I was wrong. Lei Shan was so scared that his entire body trembled. He really did not know how he and Gao Yang offended Qin Feng. Was he going to kill someone just because they didn't answer his question? Qin Feng's face was cold and his voice seemed to come from hell. What were the names of those three women? Where did they go? This was the third time he asked this question. No matter how stupid Lei Shan was, he realized the importance of this question. He hurriedly said, "Hero, please don't be angry." That day, Gao Yang led the three women to the transfer formation. I don't know their names. Where did they go? But I can help you look for them. I'll immediately find them for you. Hurry and scram. Qin Feng angrily roared, scaring Lei Shan into running out of the room. After Lei Shan left, he did not rush to the file room to help Qin Feng look for the three women's mission registration. Instead, he rushed to the fire beacon hall's guards. He was going to call the guards to arrest Qin Feng. Halfway there, he bumped into WNG Lei, who had just returned. Lei Shan, what are you in a hurry for? WNG Lei glared at him with dissatisfaction. Lei Shan had just come to the fire beacon hall to work and was placed under WNG Lei. When he saw WNG Lei return, it was as if he saw his savior. Manager Wang, you're finally back. You have to get justice for this little brother. WNG Lei said with a cold expression. Get what justice? Make yourself clear. Lei Shan hurriedly said. Manager Wang, ruthless person came to the fire beacon hall and killed Gao Yang without saying anything. WNG Lei's expression changed greatly. This was the fire beacon hall's office. Yet someone dared to kill someone here? This was someone tired of living. Are you sure Gao Yang was killed? Where was he killed? WNG Lei became serious. I'm sure, and he was killed in Manager Wang's office. Just as Lei Shan finished speaking, he saw WNG Lei rushing towards the office in a hurry. Killing someone in the fire beacon hall was a big deal. In the end, this person died in his territory. How could WNG Lei not be anxious? The two of them rushed into the office, one after the other. They were both stunned. The room was clean. Where had anyone been killed? When Qin Feng saw WNG Lei, he thought that Lei Shan had specially called him over. As for Gao Yang's corpse, it had already been burned to ashes by his destructive flames. Manager Wang, he was the one who killed Gao Yang. The corpse was still there. He must have hidden the corpse. Lei Shan pointed at Qin Feng as soon as he entered the room. This caused Qin Feng to swallow the words that were on the tip of his tongue. He had planned to let Lei Shan go, but now it seemed that he was courting death. I told you to investigate the names and whereabouts of the three women. What's the result of your investigation? Qin Feng acted as if he hadn't heard Lei Shan's accusation and coldly asked. Lei Shan felt that something was wrong. He felt that Qin Feng was too fearless. He killed someone in the Fire Beacon Hall's North District office. Yet he acted as if nothing had happened and was so calm when he saw Manager Wang. However, Lei Shan still didn't realize it. He didn't believe that Qin Feng was stronger than Manager Wang. He glared at Qin Feng and roared. You idiot! You dared to kill someone in the Fire Beacon Hall's office, and you want me to investigate the files for you? I've specially called for Deacon Wang to destroy you. Lei Shan knew that WNG Lei was an expert at the 6th stage of true qi. He believed that he could deal with the young brat in front of him. However, he saw that WNG Lei had long been scared silly. How could he dare to deal with Qin Feng? This person was Manager Yi's good friend. Then I can only say to you that it's a pity. Leave your dog life here. Qin Feng's face was filled with a cold smile. His smile was as cold as the god of death from hell. Lei Shan realized that danger was approaching. He immediately hid behind WNJ and hoped that Manager Wang could save him. Manager Wang, you saw how arrogant that brat is. Quickly make a move. Bang! Before he could finish, he was kicked into the corner by WNG Lei. Chapter 1447. WNG Lei did not eat the wrong medicine. He wanted nothing more than to kill Lei Shan. However, at this moment, Qin Feng's cold voice traveled into his ears. Deacon W, I'll give you a chance. Kill that person now, so I don't dirty my hands. WNG Lei's expression changed continuously. He was hesitant. Lei Shan trembled in fear. He finally realized how powerful Qin Feng was, and that he had kicked a nail on the head. Deacon WNG, you can't kill me. I'm from the Fire Beacon Hall. Lei Shan hurriedly begged for mercy. A hint of impatience flashed across Qin Feng's face. He waved his hand, and Lei Shan, who was begging for mercy, immediately fell silent. His head fell from his neck and rolled to the ground, all the way to WNG Lei's feet. Ah, fuck off. Wang Lei was startled. He instinctively kicked Lei Shan's head away like he was kicking a soccer ball. A storm was set off in his heart. Last time, he had taken a fancy to Hua Xiaojin's beauty, but he didn't get to fight with Qin Feng. Now that he saw Qin Feng destroy Lei Shan, who was at stage for true qi, with a raise of his hand, WNG Lei admitted that he couldn't do this. He quickly realized why Qin Feng wanted him to kill Lei Shan. Qin Feng was giving him a chance to follow him. Now that he had lost the chance, WNG Lei suddenly felt regret. Cough, cough. Young Hero Qiao, may I ask why you are here? WNG Lei quickly recovered and did not mention Qin Feng's murder. 3 women came to your office to accept a mission the day before yesterday. Gao Yang brought them to the transportation formation. I want you to take out the file immediately and find out their names and whereabouts. Qin Feng's face was cold, although WNG Lei was dissatisfied with his commanding tone. Qin Feng was powerful and had a relationship with Deacon E, so he had no choice but to run off to do his job. After a while, WNG Lei rushed back with a file. He opened the cowhide file on the wooden table and said, Young Hero Qiao, the 3 women you mentioned did exist. Take a look and see if they are the people you are looking for. Qin Feng jumped up with a whoosh. His sudden action scared WNG Lei. He quickly scanned the file, and his gaze suddenly stopped on a paragraph in the middle of the file. Su Ruoro, Chioya, and Thousand Illusion Child are heading to Poison Sun City's Fire Beast Battalion to complete a mission. The record was simple and clear. It really was Su Ruoro and the other 2. When Qin Feng saw that they had gone to Poison Sun City's Fire Beast Battalion, he immediately guessed that the 3 women must have heard that he had been to the Fire Beast Battalion. After hearing about the 3 women, Qin Feng did not want to stay for even a moment longer. This time, Gao Yang, that bastard, had almost harmed the 3 women. Now that they had gone to the even more dangerous Poison Sun City, who knew how many dangers they would encounter? Bring me to Poison Sun City's teleportation formation, quickly. Qin Feng made a grabbing motion with his hand, and the cowhide scroll immediately burst into flames and turned into ashes. WNG Lei was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He could feel that Qin Feng's Zhen Qi was even stronger than Deacon Yi's. WNG Lei didn't dare to be negligent and immediately led Qin Feng to the Deacon. Less than 10 minutes later, the 2 of them arrived at the teleportation array formation. That young Hero Qiao. This formation requires 20 people to activate. You alone. Aren't you wasting too many resources? Why don't you give me more spirit stones? WNG Lei looked at Qin Feng with an awkward expression. Qin Feng shouted angrily, Do you want to die? Hurry up and activate the formation. WNG Lei was so scared that he quickly shut his mouth and activated the formation. Qin Feng and Hua Xiaojin had been here before, so they were more familiar with the teleportation formation. Qin Feng suddenly turned into a streak of white light and disappeared. He had been sent into the formation. WNG, Lei, heaved a long sigh of relief. The pressure that Qin Feng gave him was too great. Now that Qin Feng had left, he couldn't help but curse. What the hell is this? Don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I'll beat you up every time I see you. Deacon WNG, who are you going to beat up? Just as WNG Lei was grumbling, a dignified voice came from behind him. He was so scared that he immediately forced a smile. Hee hee. It's Deacon E. I didn't say I was going to beat anyone up. You must have heard wrongly. The person who came was Ivan. He was a stage 7 true Qi realm cultivator. So how could he have heard wrongly? Seeing that WNG Lei was unwilling to speak, Ivan didn't pursue the matter. All right, didn't you just send a batch of Holy Gate disciples back? Why are you here again? Deacon E, your friend is here. He is young hero Qiao. WNG Lei smiled when he mentioned Qin Feng in front of Deacon E. It was as if he was Qin Feng's good friend. Ivan's expression changed, and a glint flashed in his old eyes. He and Qin Feng couldn't be considered friends. They were only friends because of mutual benefits. However, Ivan liked Qin Feng because Qin Feng was really generous. He had given him several hundred high-grade spirit stones in one go. Oh, where is young hero Qiao? Quick, bring me to see him. Ivan was impatient. He wanted to get more benefits from Qin Feng. WNG Lei thought about it and decided not to tell Deacon E about Qin Feng killing Gao Yang and Lei Shan. Seeing that Deacon E was so eager to see Qin Feng, he felt that Deacon E wouldn't blame Qin Feng even if he told him. Deacon E, young hero Qiao, went to the Fire Beast Battalion. Ivan was puzzled. Didn't he just bring a woman to Poison Sun City? Why did he go there again? WNG Lei answered truthfully, I think he went to look for 3 girls. The 3 girls accepted the Fire Beast Battalion mission the day before yesterday. I'm afraid young hero Qiao went to look for them. Speaking of the 3 girls who accepted the mission the day before yesterday, Ivan had some impression of them. The 3 girls were all outstanding beauties. When they entered the hall of the Fire Beacon Hall's North District office, they caused a commotion. Oh no! I'm afraid those 3 girls didn't go to the Fire Beast Battalion. Ivan seemed to have thought of something, and his expression suddenly changed. WNG Lei was scared to death. He hurriedly asked, Deacon E, why didn't those 3 girls go to the Fire Beast Battalion? The file clearly states that they went to the Fire Beast Battalion. Sigh. They did accept the Fire Beast Battalion mission. However, that brat Gao Yang reported to me yesterday. He said that because he just came to the Fire Beacon Hall to work, he didn't understand the essentials of the teleportation array. He accidentally teleported the 3 girls to different locations in Poison Sun City. As for where exactly they were teleported to, no one knows. WNG Lei was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Qin Feng clearly came to look for those 3 girls. Now that he made such a big mistake, would Qin Feng find trouble with him after this? Deacon WNG, why do you look so pale? Are you sick? Ivan asked. WNG Lei stammered and didn't dare to explain the specific situation. He still didn't understand the relationship between Deacon E and Qin Feng. He was deeply afraid that Deacon E would blame him. Maybe I've caught a cold recently. Deacon E, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first. WNG Lei found an excuse and left. Ivan didn't think much of it. Chapter 1448. Qin Feng had already landed at the entrance of Poison Sun City's Fire Beast Battalion. The current Fire Beast Battalion was no longer what it used to be. When he brought Hua Xiaojin and the girls here a few days ago, there were groups of fire beasts and many disciples. Now that the fire demon tree and the giant winged fire demon were taken away by Qin Feng, there were no fire beasts around. However, there were still some people in the Fire Beast Battalion. These disciples didn't know what was going on. When they came here to do their mission, they were stunned. Where did all the fire beasts go? Qin Feng rode Flaming Dragon Horse and galloped all the way from the outskirts of the Fire Beast Battalion to the Fire Beast base. But he didn't see Su Ruo Ro and the girls. However, there were many Sacred Gate disciples gathered at the Fire Beast base. Some of them stood foolishly at the side, and there was another group of disciples carrying bags of cultivation resources. Qin Feng didn't know what was going on. Haha, Senior Brother Feng Zheng, there's another guy here. He's riding a Fergana horse. One look, and you can tell he's a rich guy. We had a good harvest today. Even though we didn't collect any fire spirit stones, we got quite a lot of elixirs, spirit artifacts, and spirit stones. This is a blessing in disguise. When Qin Fen rushed over, the group of men in cyan robes who were packing suddenly stopped. They looked at Qin Fen with smiles on their faces and began to discuss. There were 4 people in the green robes. Feng Zheng, who was addressed as senior brother, walked forward and shouted to Qin Feng, "Brat, we are disciples of the Wind Sun Palace, one of the divine continent's 5 supremes. We don't know why the fire beasts here have disappeared, but we came here for nothing. We can only use your cultivation resources to make up for it. If you know what's good for you, obediently hand over all your treasures, and I promise to spare your life." Qin Feng quickly understood the situation. It turned out that people from the Wind Sun Palace were robbing here. There were more than 10 groups of people behind Feng Zheng and the others, all wearing different Sacred Gate uniforms. Qin Feng glanced at them. Feng Zheng was the strongest among the 4, but he was only at the 6th stage of Qi. The other 3 disciples were only at the 5th stage of Qi. The people they robbed were also at the 6th stage of Qi. If the dozen groups of Sacred Gate disciples joined forces to resist, how could Feng Zheng and the others be a match? But soon, Qin Feng understood the reason. The Wind Sun Palace was one of the 5 supremes of the divine continent. Their sect's power suppressed the other sacred sects of the divine continent. Those disciples were probably afraid of the Wind Sun Palace's power, and not Feng Zheng and the other 3 trash. "Brat, our senior brother Feng Zheng is talking to you. Are you deaf or mute?" One of the disciples shouted at Qin Feng. However, there was a flash of fire. Just as the disciple finished shouting, his head suddenly flew off. His body was still standing on the ground, and blood spurted out from his neck. The playful expression on the faces of Feng Zheng and the other 2 immediately disappeared. Instead, they stared at the scene before them in horror. The Holy Gate's disciples who were being robbed cried out in shock as their eyes and jaws dropped to the ground. The atmosphere suddenly became strange. The surroundings were so quiet that only the sound of the people's rapid breathing could be heard. Even though the one Qin Feng killed was only a man at the 5th level of true Qi, that person didn't even have the power to retaliate before dying. Moreover, no one even saw how Qin Feng made his move. What's more, that was a disciple of one of the 5 venerables of the divine prefecture, the Feng Sun Palace. That man riding a Fergana horse even dared to kill someone from the Feng Sun Palace? The atmosphere seemed to freeze. After a long time, Feng Zheng and the other 2 finally regained their senses. The 2 juniors were so scared that their legs were trembling. Feng Zheng pretended to be calm as he shouted, You dared to kill my juniors? We're disciples of the Feng Sun Palace. Don't tell me you don't even know about the Feng Sun Palace? It is one of the 5 venerables of the divine prefecture. How can an ordinary holy gate compare to it? Feng Zheng really couldn't understand. He had already announced his name. So why did the youth in front of him still dare to make a move? Qin Feng looked at Feng Zheng with an indifferent expression. He even found it a little funny. He had just killed the genius disciple of the Feng Sun Palace, Feng Xian, in the Thousand Shadows sect, and found out that the Feng Sun Palace wanted to propose marriage to Zhao Lingxian. Now, Qin Feng was planning to kill his way to the Feng Sun Palace when he had time. Who would have thought that the disciples of the Feng Sun Palace would deliver themselves to his doorstep? Of course I've heard of the Feng Sun Palace. Qin Feng's voice carried a hint of coldness. Feng Zhang and the other two were immediately pleasantly surprised. They were afraid that Qin Feng didn't know how powerful the Feng Sun Palace was. Since he knew, why would he be afraid of Qin Feng? Since you understand, why don't you get off your horse and kneel down to beg for mercy? One of the disciples started to clamor again. Just as he finished speaking, there was another flash of light, and the disciple's head flew off to who knows where. I want to kill the disciples of the Feng Sun Palace. Qin Feng finally finished his sentence. Feng Zhang and the other disciple were so scared that their faces turned ashen. The people squatting in the distance were even more dumbfounded. Without waiting for the crowd to come back to their senses, Qin Feng had already turned into a black shadow and shot away. He was now a venerable martial artist who had stepped into the Stage 7 True Qi realm and could fight against a Stage 8 True Qi realm cultivator. The Stage 5 and Stage 6 True Qi realm cultivators in front of him were like ants to him. Qin Feng didn't even use the Golden Phoenix or the Rainbow Demon Storm Spear. He only used a special grade Thunder Tiger Flying Sword Fist to blast Feng Zhang and the other disciple into pieces. The battle had ended before it even started. The air was filled with the smell of blood. The group of Holy Gate disciples who had been robbed squatted at the side and trembled. They didn't know who Qin Feng was, and they didn't know when such a young, venerable martial artist had appeared in the divine prefecture. All of you, come over and take your things back. Qin Feng's voice was neither cold nor warm, as if nothing had happened. The crowd was stunned. They thought that Qin Feng had killed the 4 people from the Feng Sun Palace to rob them. They even guessed that Qin Feng wanted to kill all of them as well. Otherwise, if the news got out, how could the Feng Sun Palace let him off so easily? In the end, not only did Qin Feng not kill them, he even returned their things. No one could understand what he was thinking. Why, young hero, can we really take back our things? The atmosphere was in a deadlock for a moment before a South Sky Flying Fist disciple mustered up the courage to ask. Qin Feng glanced at him. This man had already stepped into the Stage 6 True Qi realm and was even stronger than Feng Zhang. However, he was willing to be robbed. It was obvious that he was afraid of the power of the Feng Sun Palace. I don't care about your cultivation resources. If you don't want them, I don't mind leaving them there, Qin Feng said casually. The crowd immediately came to their senses and ran to retrieve their things. No one dared to take advantage of the chaos to take other people's things. If there was any conflict, they might lose their lives. Everyone was in a good mood after regaining their lost items. Many people became bolder. They realized that Qin Feng wasn't a homicidal maniac. He just had a feud with the Feng Sun Palace. However, everyone was extremely curious. Who was this person? He actually had a feud with the Feng Sun Palace. Thank you for your help, young hero. If there is nothing else, we, the South Sky Flying Fist disciples, will take our leave first. The crowd took their things and had the intention to leave. They were still afraid of Qin Feng. This person's strength was unfathomable. He could take someone's life with a wave of his hand. Qin Feng said, "Don't be in a hurry to leave. I have some questions for you. Answer me truthfully." Everyone's hearts tightened as they guessed what Qin Feng was going to ask. At this moment, Qin Feng already said, "Did any of you come to the Fire Beast Battalion the day before yesterday?" A few groups of disciples had evasive expressions. They had all come the day before yesterday. They originally wanted to hide it, but they couldn't withstand the pressure that Qin Feng brought. "Young hero, we, the Flame Association, came the day before yesterday. May I know if you have any questions?" The 4 from the Poison Sect also came the day before yesterday. The High Village disciples came the day before yesterday. Qin Feng looked at the 5 or 6 groups of disciples and asked, "When you came the day before yesterday, did you see 3 women?" Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Qin Feng to come to the Fire Beast Battalion to look for people. Now, everyone was slightly relieved. They were afraid that Qin Feng would cause trouble. In reply to young hero, I brought 3 junior brothers to the Fire Beast Battalion the day before yesterday. I didn't see any women, let alone a 3-man team. The senior brother from the Flame Association said respectfully. The Poison Sect and High Village disciples also indicated that they didn't see the 3 women. This made Qin Feng puzzled. Were there any disciples who came here even earlier? Did you see a 3-woman team come here? If anyone discovers anything, I will reward you handsomely. Qin Feng didn't give up. Everyone was sure that Qin Feng was here to look for people. They let go of their fear and indicated that they didn't see a 3-woman team. Qin Feng could tell that everyone was telling the truth. Moreover, he saved these people, so there was no need for them to lie to him. At this time, the Sky South Flying Fist disciple muttered, I didn't see a 3-woman team, but I just finished a mission at the Poison Scorpion Slaughterhouse the day before yesterday and rushed to the Fire Beast Battalion. I saw a woman walking alone there. Qin Feng immediately asked, What did that woman look like? She was as beautiful as a fairy, but her dress was a bit special. She wore a chong sam and a short skirt. She didn't look proper, and I don't think she's from here. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He was 90% sure that the woman was one of the 3 women. As for the Sky South Flying Fist disciple saying that the woman was improper, Qin Feng didn't care. This was because the women of the divine great land all wore long sleeves and long robes. Their dressing was similar to that of ancient times. Are you sure you only saw one strange woman? Qin Feng was puzzled. According to the Fire Beacon Hall's North Region file, the 3 women came to the Fire Beast Battalion together. How did they get separated? Moreover, they weren't in the Fire Beast Battalion. Young hero, I'm telling the truth. I wouldn't dare to lie to you. The Sky South Flying Fist disciple hurriedly cupped his fists and said, How far is the Poison Scorpion Slaughterhouse from here? Qin Feng couldn't wait to rush there. The Sky South Flying Fist disciple immediately said, It's over 500 kilometers. If we go at top speed, it'll take a day. These Holy Gate disciples would need a day, but Qin Feng could get there in a few hours with a Hummingbird fighter jet. He didn't waste any more time in the Fire Beast Battalion. He asked for a map of Poison Sun City from the crowd and left. The Hummingbird fighter jet flew at high speed. Qin Feng looked at the map of Poison Sun City as he piloted it. There were many mission locations in this land of despair. The Fire Beast Battalion, the Poison Scorpion Slaughterhouse, the Sand Formation, the Origin of Storms, the Blazing Spring, and so on. Currently, Qin Feng had only been to the Fire Beast Battalion. He was quite interested in the other mission locations. However, the most important thing right now was to find Su Ruoro and the other 2 women. When he had time, he would go to those mission locations again. Chapter 1449. Qin Feng piloted the Hummingbird warplane and reached the outskirts of the Poison Scorpion Massacre in 3 hours. He landed nearby. The Hummingbird warplane was not a product of the Divine Land. If he flew it directly into the Poison Scorpion Massacre, he would definitely scare the Sacred Sect disciples there. At this time, the sky in the distance had already darkened, but the temperature in Poison Sun City was still very high. Qin Feng had already changed into a singlet and beach shorts. Many Holy Gate disciples couldn't help but steal a few glances at him when they passed by. When he walked out of the Poison Scorpion Massacre, Qin Feng saw many scorpions crawling in the sand. He was no stranger to these small scorpions. When he brought Hua Xiaojin here, she was still hunting scorpions to collect spirit stones. Later, she was bitten by a scorpion, and Qin Feng even helped her suck out the poisonous blood. The disciples who came to the Poison Scorpion Massacre were all here to collect spirit stones. These scorpions all had very small spirit stones hidden on them. Qin Feng didn't care about them anyway. This Poison Scorpion Massacre was completely open, unlike the Fire Beast Battalion that was previously occupied by the Blazing Sun sect. Disciples who wanted to go on missions had to pay a certain amount of spirit stones. Qin Feng had already walked into the poisoned scorpion massacre. The other disciples were racing against time to kill scorpions, but he was pacing with his hands behind his back as if he was here for a vacation. Everyone, I am Qiao Feng, a disciple of the Celestial Soul sect. I am here to find a woman. She is beautiful and dressed rather strangely. If any disciple sees this woman, please inform me. Qin Feng stood in the center of the field and opened his mouth. The instant he opened his mouth, it was like a muffled thunder that made many disciples unable to breathe. Most of the people who were hunting scorpions stopped and looked at Qin Feng blankly. Soon they were busy again. These people didn't even have enough time to collect spirit stones. So how could they have the time to care about Qin Feng? I have hundreds of high-grade spirit stones here. If anyone can provide me with information, I can give them to him. Qin Feng casually waved his hand, and spirit stones fell to the ground at his feet. The dense spirit energy drifted out, and the crowd was stunned. They all stared at Qin Feng's feet. Suddenly, dozens of black shadows shot over from all directions. One of them shouted, "Brat, leave the spirit stones and scram immediately. I can spare your life. Rumble." As soon as the man shouted, a loud sound exploded from his body. The crowd was instantly stunned. They saw the man dressed in the attire of the Bailey sect's sacred sect suddenly explode into flesh and blood in midair. Half of the people who were rushing towards Qin Feng suddenly stopped in their tracks. But there were still 5 or 6 people who completely lost their minds when they saw the hundreds of high-grade spirit stones on the ground. Rumble! The loud sound exploded again, and this time it lasted for a long time. Those 5 or 6 disciples didn't even get close to Qin Feng before they all fell to the ground a few meters away. Within 5 meters of Qin Feng's feet, everything was normal. However, the surrounding area was filled with rivers of blood. It was as if they had fallen into hell. Qin Feng raised his hand and killed 7 or 8 people, but he didn't even look at them. He continued to shout as if nothing had happened. Has no one seen the woman I'm talking about? If you can provide me with information, I'm willing to give you the spirit stones under my feet for free. If you want to snatch the spirit stones, feel free to come. I'll give you a free ride. Qin Feng stood in the middle of the arena with his hands clasped behind his back. The sacred sect disciples who were scattered around were already stunned. Although there were still many people staring at the spirit stones under Qin Feng's feet, no one dared to come forward to snatch them. The atmosphere was silent for a moment. Suddenly, a female disciple dressed in the attire of the Purple Cloud Mountain jumped out and said carefully, "Young hero, I saw a woman wearing revealing clothes. She was very beautiful. I wonder if she is the person you are looking for?" Qin Feng's expression changed, and he hurriedly asked, "Where did you see that woman? Bring me to her immediately." The female disciple of the Purple Cloud Mountain said nervously, "I saw her come here alone the day before yesterday. Then she disappeared. The last time I saw her, she went deep into the poisoned scorpion slaughterhouse. I don't know where she is now." Qin Feng looked at the desert in the distance. The poisoned scorpion slaughterhouse was a boundless desert. There were groups of poisonous scorpions in the desert. The deeper one went, the more poisonous scorpions there were. If Su Ruo and the other 2 girls went in, they would definitely be in danger. Take these spirit stones. Qin Feng had a good impression of the Purple Cloud Mountain. This was mainly because he had humiliated Ziyu and the other 3 female disciples when he came to Poison Sun City. His voice was still echoing in the empty space, but his figure had already turned into a pink light and disappeared. Qin Feng sped on his flying sword. In a breath's time, he had traveled hundreds of meters. He looked down at the poisoned scorpion slaughterhouse from the sky. However, the poisoned scorpion slaughterhouse was vast. It was simply a boundless desert. After flying for an unknown amount of time, Qin Feng suddenly felt a familiar aura. He immediately increased the speed of his flying sword and descended towards the ground like a meteor. Don't come any closer. Otherwise, I'll kill myself in front of you. In the depths of the poisoned scorpion slaughterhouse, Chiyoya was running in the desert wearing a red qipao. She was followed by 4 disciples dressed in the attire of the Twin Peaks. The 4 of them chased Chiyoya for dozens of kilometers and finally exhausted her energy. The leader, Senior Brother Wei, had an evil smile on his face. He shouted at Chiyoya, who was still running more than 10 meters away, "Beauty, don't run. Do you think you can escape from our palms? Don't even think about seeking death. As long as you obediently serve us, we'll let you go immediately." Chiyoya was drenched in sweat from running. However, her expression was as cold as frost. Seeing that the 4 people behind her were about to catch her, Chiyoya suddenly turned around and waved her hands rapidly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. More than 10 flying daggers suddenly shot out in midair. Senior Brother Wei's expression changed drastically. He used a mysterious footwork to narrowly avoid the attack. On the other hand, the 3 junior brothers behind her were only thinking about seizing Chiyoya. They were not prepared for her attack at all. Their bodies were more or less cut by the daggers. "Bitch, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Let's see how I'll play you to death today." The 3 of them were instantly enraged. They sped up and chased after her. One of them was about to catch Chiyoya. A trace of despair flashed across Chiyoya's beautiful eyes. She placed one hand on her waist. There was a dagger hidden there. She was ready to end her life at any time. Rumble! A loud sound suddenly exploded in midair. It was as if a muffled thunder had struck the ground. Before Chiyoya could stab the dagger in her hand into her abdomen, her eyes narrowed. She looked at the sky in disbelief. A dazzling golden light was approaching. The surging sword energy seemed to be able to split the mountains and split the earth. However, within the golden light, there was a figure rapidly approaching. By the time the person's appearance could be seen clearly, Chiyoya had already been carried into the sky by that person. That man's aura was incomparably familiar. He had a broad chest and a dignified expression. The moment Chiyoya entered his arms, the panic and despair in her heart completely disappeared. It was as if the world had turned silent. "Qin Feng, is that really you?" Chiyoya's eyes became moist. She had undergone special training in Japan. As a strong woman among the shinobi of Japan, she had a strong heart under any circumstances. However, at this moment she had shed her disguise. Qin Feng hugged Chiyoya tightly. He felt a stab of pain in his heart. He realized that if he had arrived half a step later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At the same time, he began to worry about Ruo Ro and Thousand Illusion Child. He wondered what their current situation was. There was still a loud sound coming from the ground. Qin Feng's sword had directly cut the 3 Gemini Peak disciples into pieces. Senior Brother Wei, who was still alive, had a terrified expression on his face. It was as if he had seen a living ghost. Swoosh! A strong wind blew in all directions. Qin Feng carried Chiyoya and landed in front of Senior Brother Wei in the blink of an eye. Chiyoya gritted her teeth in anger when she saw this person. Qin Feng's cold expression was as frightening as a demon from hell. "You. Who are you?" Senior Brother Wei's body trembled uncontrollably. However, he pretended to be calm and shouted, "Let me tell you, I am a disciple of Gemini Peak. If you dare to kill me, our Gemini Peak." Qin Feng had never been afraid of threats. Moreover, after he participated in the technology exhibition in Fire Beacon City, he was surrounded by people from Gemini Peak. He had long since formed a grudge with Gemini Peak. He casually waved his hand, and flames immediately shot into the sky. Before Senior Brother Wei could finish speaking, he was already buried in the sea of flames. Everything happened too quickly. Even Chiyoya couldn't react in time. She felt like she was in a dream. She was originally in a hopeless situation. She didn't expect Qin Feng to come out on his flying sword at the most critical moment. He was like the hero in her heart. "Choya, you are safe now. No one will dare to bully you anymore." Qin Feng could feel Choya's body was still trembling, so he comforted her. Choya wasn't afraid that she almost committed suicide. She was afraid that everything was really just a dream. She was afraid that everything in front of her would suddenly disappear. She was most afraid that Qin Feng would disappear. Choya suddenly kissed Qin Feng's lips. After going through all kinds of hardships and obstacles, this woman wanted to release her crazily at this moment. She was like a water snake that tightly wrapped around Qin Feng and wildly kissed him. Facing such a hot Choya, Qin Feng couldn't resist at all. The two of them quickly fought for thousands of rounds on the sand. After an unknown amount of time, a strong wind suddenly blew in the desert. Their vision was blocked by the sand in the distance. "Oh no, it's a sandstorm." Qin Feng immediately stopped. Choya's eyes were blurry. She still wanted to continue. The sandstorm suddenly became ferocious. It came from thousands of meters away. Qin Feng's expression became more and more serious. He quickly pulled Choya and ran outside. Choya also realized the danger. When she turned her head to look, she realized that the sandstorm had already expanded to a range of hundreds of meters. It was like a giant dragon that was roaring. In just a short while, it had caught up with the two of them. "Qin Feng, are we going to die?" Choya looked at Qin Feng lovingly. She wasn't afraid at all in the face of death. "Don't talk nonsense. Ride the horse and leave first. I'll go deal with that giant beast." Just as Qin Feng finished speaking, Flaming Dragon Horse roared in the sky. The surrounding area was already covered by the sandstorm. It was a scene that covered the sky and the sun. Flaming Dragon Horse was like a spark in the dark night. It sped away with Choya. Qin Feng stood where he was and waited for the sandstorm to arrive. He had already discovered some clues. This was not a real sandstorm, but a scene brought about by a giant beast surging over. Chapter 1450. The sandstorm was getting closer and closer to Qin Feng, and the huge body hidden in the sandstorm was gradually revealed. Just as Qin Feng had guessed, this wasn't a real sandstorm. There was a 5-meter-tall giant beast in the sand and dust. The giant beast was completely black and looked like a poisonous scorpion. Its body was divided into 3 parts: the head and chest, the front abdomen, and the back abdomen. There were 2 pairs of appendages on the head. One was a pair of small stingers that could help with eating, and the other was a pair of powerful stingers that were shaped like pincers. There were 4 pairs of legs on the chest and a long poisonous hook on the tail. After examining it, Qin Feng confirmed that this was a poisonous scorpion. It looked similar to the small poisonous scorpions in the scorpion slaughterhouse, but it was dozens of times bigger. However, Qin Feng was only stunned for a moment, and the sandstorm was already in front of him. The big poisonous scorpion's tail shot out like a sharp arrow, and the moment it landed, it stabbed several meters into the ground. Rumble! The poisonous hook was pulled out, and the sand on the ground was lifted up. It was as if a buried bomb had been detonated. Qin Feng was already flying in the air on his golden whirlwind wheel. When he saw the scene on the ground, he felt a lingering fear. Rumble! There was another explosion, and this time the sound reverberated around Qin Feng. The big poisonous scorpion's tail was like a long dragon dancing in the air. Wherever it went, it pierced through the air and made a series of loud, wind-breaking sounds. Qin Feng hurriedly dodged. He finally came back to his senses, and as soon as he found an opening, he slashed down with his saber. Instantly, a golden saber chi that was hundreds of meters long fell from the sky and smashed into the big poisonous scorpion's back. However, after a series of loud sounds, the poisonous scorpion was not affected at all. There was a layer of hard shell on its skin, and it was as hard as rock. Hiss! This strike enraged the great poisonous scorpion. The 2 pairs of appendages on its head slashed through the air, creating a series of loud, wind-breaking sounds. Its mouth also let out a sharp cry, causing goosebumps to rise all over Qin Fun's body. However, the big poisonous scorpion's main attack weapon was the poisonous hook on its tail. At this moment, the poisonous hook was swinging towards Qin Feng like a long whip. When it was about to reach Qin Feng, several shadows appeared. Gusts of wind shrouded Qin Feng. For a moment, he couldn't tell which shadow was the real stinger of the scorpion. Before he could make a final decision, a huge explosion sounded out. When the whip landed, Qin Feng felt as if his body was about to be crushed. He instantly fell to the ground several hundred meters away. The 4 pairs of legs on the scorpion's chest moved rapidly, propelling its enormous body to chase after Qin Feng like a sharp arrow. In what seemed like the span of a few breaths, this enormous creature had already reached Qin Feng's side. However, before its appendages could stab into the ground, several rays of sword light shot out from afar, unexpectedly causing this enormous scorpion to retreat a few steps. Swish, swish, swish. Several black figures flew over, and soon 6 people landed around Qin Feng. They were all dressed in white robes, and it was the first time Qin Feng had seen the patterns on their clothes. Among the 6, there was an old man in his 50s standing in front, while the other 5 stood behind him in a strange formation. Haha, I've been looking for you for more than a month, and I've finally seen you today. Set up the sword formation. The old man's voice was deep and powerful. As soon as he gave the order, the 5 disciples behind him immediately drew their swords from their waists. The old man had already flown over, and his sword descended from the sky. Instantly, it was as if the heavens and earth were about to collapse. The berserk aura of the sword, Qi, left Qin Feng speechless. Rumble. A huge explosion sounded out. The old man's seemingly light sword pierced forward, but it formed thousands of sword rays in the air. The surging sword Qi exploded around the scorpion's body. It was as if the scorpion was in a minefield and all the landmines in its surroundings were detonated. However, under this powerful sword Qi, the scorpion did not suffer much damage. The surface of its carapace shone with a black light, and not a single sword mark was left on it. Good fellow, you're much more powerful than I imagined. However, you're still a beast, so how can you fight against a human? The old man roared angrily, and the long sword in his hand danced even faster. At this moment, the 5 disciples had already leaped into the air. The positions they were standing in were very strange. It was as if they had formed a sea of stars in the sky. Each disciple swung out hundreds of sword rays, and it was as if the light of the stars was shining on the sandy ground. Another, even more violent explosion sounded out, and the sand within 100 meters of the battlefield was all blown up by the wind. It was a scene of doomsday. Qin Feng had already recovered from his shock, and he saw Qiu rushing over on Flaming Dragon Horse. Behind her was a large group of Sacred Gate disciples. What's going on here? Is this the end of the world? How is this the end of the world? That's a sandstorm. Everyone run. What are your eyes looking at? It's obviously a huge poisonous scorpion. There's actually someone fighting with that poisonous scorpion. Aren't they afraid of death? Rumor has it that this poisonous scorpion slaughterhouse has a secretive, poisonous scorpion king. The little poisonous scorpions here are all born by the poisonous scorpion king. The poisonous scorpion king has countless spiritual stones hidden in its body. Its shell is hard and can be used as a defensive spiritual armor. Its body is a high-quality medicinal ingredient that can be used to refine unique spiritual pills. The crowd had rushed over after hearing the commotion. At this moment, they were standing hundreds of meters away and discussing. Qiu had already reached Qin Feng's side. She quickly got off her horse and threw herself into his arms. Qin Feng, are you all right? I don't want to go alone. Let's go together. Seeing Qiu's pleading expression, Qin Feng hugged her in his arms. I'm fine. There's a poisonous scorpion king over there, and I plan to subdue it. Qin Feng had subdued a giant winged fire demon. Back at the Thousand Shadow Sect, it was the fire demon that killed Feng Xan. Last night, when he stepped into the mysterious ice sect, it was the fire demon that went on a killing spree. Qin Feng realized the power of the giant beasts in the divine continent. Subduing a giant beast was equivalent to subduing a small sacred sect. The poisonous Scorpion King in front of him was incomparably ferocious and violent. It was even more powerful than the fire demon. Xiao Yi looked at Qin Feng with a dumbfounded expression. She could not understand Qin Feng's thoughts. You want to subdue that poisonous Scorpion King? Why don't you just forget about it? Xiao Yi still did not know Qin Feng's current strength. She saw that the poisonous Scorpion King was ferocious and violent. How could it be so easy to subdue it? Moreover, after coming to the divine continent, Qiuya realized that the sacred sect disciples here were all very powerful. They were all venerables above the true energy realm. Now that there were many sect disciples gathered here, Qiuya was afraid that her beauty would bring trouble to Qin Feng. Qin Feng had already made up his mind. If he could subdue this poisonous Scorpion King, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. However, before he could make a move, the white-robed elder who was fighting suddenly retreated. On the other hand, the 5 disciples were still setting up a sword array to trap the poisonous Scorpion King. You ants are not allowed to gather here. My Empyrean Terminus sect has taken a fancy to this poisonous Scorpion King. If you don't leave now, don't blame me for being rude. The elder's eyes were full of dignity. It turned out that he was afraid that these sacred sect disciples would compete with him for the giant beast, so he deliberately came to drive them away. There were at least 100 Holy Gates disciples surrounding the area, and their cultivation bases were all different. When they heard the old man's identity, their expressions changed drastically. It's actually one of the 5 masters of the Divine Land, a senior from the Empyrean Terminus sect. No wonder he dared to form a team of 6 to kill the poisonous Scorpion King. If I'm not mistaken, that should be the famous master Su-Mo of the Divine Land. He's the first elder of the Empyrean Terminus sect, and rumor has it that he has already stepped into the LV9 genuine Qi realm. It seems that we don't have a share of this poisonous Scorpion King. If you want to live, follow me. After a heated discussion, many sect disciples hurriedly left, but some disciples still stood aside and watched the fight in the distance. However, these people did not want to compete with the Empyrean Terminus sect for the giant beast. They were curious about Master Sumo's realm and wanted to see how powerful a LV9 genuine Qi realm expert was. Why are you still here? Su-Mo coldly glanced at the crowd that had yet to leave. Someone hurriedly said, Master Su, please don't misunderstand. We want to stay and help you. This poisonous Scorpion King is really powerful. If you can't hold on any longer, we can lend you a hand. As soon as the disciple finished speaking, he was scolded by Su-Mo. How dare you? Do you think the Empyrean Terminus sect needs help? If you don't want to die, get out of here. If anyone is still here in 3 seconds, you will be killed. How arrogant Su-Mo was. This Scorpion slaughterhouse was originally a public place, but he was so overbearing that he wanted to drive everyone away. However, with his realm, even if the sacred sect disciples were extremely dissatisfied, they did not dare to stay for a second longer. The crowd quickly dispersed, leaving only the poisonous Scorpion King and the Empyrean Terminus sect disciples in the dust. Su-Mo wore a proud expression. When he was about to go back and help the disciples kill the poisonous Scorpion King, he suddenly froze and looked at Qin Feng and Qiuya. You 2 ants, get out of here. Su-Mo's face was cold as if he was reprimanding his subordinates. Qiuya was dissatisfied, but she did not dare to offend Su-Mo. She secretly pulled Qin Feng and was about to leave, but she found that Qin Feng was standing there like a towering mountain. You don't own this place. Why should we leave? Qin Fen stared at Su Mo coldly. Logically speaking, Qin Fen was the first to find this poisonous Scorpion King. If they really wanted to leave, it should be Su Mo and the others who left. Qin Fen had not even gotten angry at them, but these people were playing tricks. Both Choya and Su Mo were stunned and looked at Qin Fen in disbelief. They did not know what he was thinking. Before Su Mo could explode, Choya hurriedly pulled Qin Fen's arm and was so anxious that she was about to cry. Qin Fen, let's go. That old man looks very powerful. Let's not fight with him. Choya was afraid that Qin Fen would be at a disadvantage. However, even if they wanted to leave, how could Su Mo let Qin Fen go so easily? Good boy, you really don't know your place. Today let me teach you a lesson. Boom! Su Mo's sword fell, and a huge sword chi instantly condensed in the air, pointing directly at Qin Fen. Chapter 1451. Even Qin Fen's expression changed drastically. When he saw Su Mo's attack, he knew that this old man's cultivation was high. But now that he was facing Su Mo's sword attack, he realized that he had underestimated his strength. Qin Fen had no time to think. As he thrust his spear into the void, he slapped Choya with his palm. Choya immediately retreated hundreds of meters away. At this moment, Su Mo's sword chi had already fallen and collided with the thousands of red spear radiants in the air, causing an earth-shattering noise. Rumble! The violent airflow swept across the ground and immediately blew Qin Fen up. Su Mo's expression changed slightly. He did not expect Qin Fen to be so powerful at such a young age. However, under the strong power of the Rainbow Devil Storm Spear, Su Mo leaped lightly and retreated to the safe ground. Qin Fen was seriously injured, but he did not dare to stop. When he saw Su Mo approaching, he quickly leaped up and slashed at the void. The 100-meter-long golden saber chi seemed to split the sky into two. Su Mo's expression changed again, but he quickly slashed down with his sword. The sword chi immediately condensed into a huge long sword and shot out. When the long sword hit the saber chi, it was as if it had stabbed into a piece of tofu and split the golden saber into two. The loud noise exploded in the air, as if a crack had been blasted in the sky. After the huge sword chi broke through the golden saber, it was still flying and landed on the ground where Qin Fen was standing. It immediately exploded and raised a cloud of dust. Good boy, you have a lot of treasures on you. It seems that today is my lucky day. Not only will I find the Scorpion King, but I will also get some cultivation resources. Su Mo's old voice penetrated the dust. He did not take Qin Fen seriously at all, as if he was determined to kill him. A black shadow flashed, and Su Mo had already landed on top of Qin Fen's head. His face was full of a playful smile, and he deliberately did not slash down quickly. Instead, he slowly raised the long sword in his hand above his head, as if he wanted to torture Qin Fen mentally. Qin Fen lay in a huge pit and panted heavily. He realized that Su Mo's strength was at the same level as the sect leader of Thousand Shadow Sect, Qing Qin. He was many times stronger than the sect leaders of small sects like Xian Immortal and Ling Jinfeng. Just as the long sword was about to fall, a fiery red mighty cannon appeared in front of Qin Fen's abdomen. Su Mo's expression changed when he saw the wind cloud devil cannon. Obviously, he did not know what it was. Bang, 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 bang. But before he could figure it out, the two muzzles on the wind and cloud wild demon cannon had already fired fiercely. Qin Fen still owed the system 1,000,000 hedonist points, and he only had 69,000 hedonist points left. He had no money to buy other star technology war cannons, so he could only use the mad demon cannon that could be activated with genuine chi to bombard Su Mo. Suddenly, thousands of genuine chi cannonballs shot into the sky, startling Su Mo. He quickly sheathed his sword and dodged. His speed of escape was so fast that even the vital energy bullet could not catch up to him. Qin Fen took advantage of this gap to jump out of the pit and fired the cannon at Su Mo. There were so many genuine chi cannonballs that even Su Mo could not dodge them with all his strength. He was hit by dozens of cannonballs, and his expression changed drastically. He thought that he would be blown to pieces. But after a while, Suemo realized that the genuine chi cannonballs did not cause much physical damage to him. "You little brat, trying to play tricks on me with this stupid thing? I'll kill you with my own hands." Suemo was furious and chased after Qin Fin instead of escaping. Qin Fin was extremely depressed. Although the genuine chi cannonballs of the Wind and Cloud Wild Demon Cannon were not as powerful as the tracking cannonballs of the Black Dragon series, ordinary martial artists of LV6 genuine chi and below would not dare to face them head-on. But now Suemo did not even bat an eye at all. Qin Fin did not believe it and threw dozens of upper spiritual stones into the Wind and Cloud Wild Demon Cannon. Suddenly, the cannonballs of the Wind and Cloud Wild Demon Cannon became even more ferocious, and the genuine chi cannonballs filled the sky like a heavy rain. Suemo was no longer afraid of these sugar-coated cannonballs. He braved the storm and rushed toward Qin Fin. There was a layer of genuine chi shield in front of Suemo, and the genuine chi cannonballs could not even penetrate it. The cannonballs landed on it like ripples on water. "Brat, let's see what other trump cards you have. Everything is useless in front of absolute strength." Suemo rushed to Qin Fin and casually slapped the genuine chi cannonball away and landed on Qin Fin's body. Hundreds of cannonballs were so powerful that Qin Fin was blown away even with the protection of the holy rock armor. He had purposely returned to Chiyoya's side. Just as Qin Fin landed, Suemo had already turned into a black shadow and followed him. He swung his long sword and looked like he was going to kill Qin Fin and Chiyoya. Boom! The sword chi shook violently in the air, and a long crack appeared on the ground. Sumo's expression changed. The moment he landed, he immediately flew around in the dust. However, he did not find Qin Fin and Chiyo, yet even after searching for hundreds of meters. "How is this possible? They ran away from me." Suemo looked incredulous. He could not figure out what was going on no matter how hard he thought. At the same time, Qin Fin and Chiyo landed on the Immortal Island. Qin Fin sat cross-legged and started to recuperate as soon as he landed. Chiyo looked around with her beautiful eyes wide open in shock. Where is this?" Qin Fin said while he was recuperating, "This is called the Immortal Island. It's different from the other planes in the secular world of China and the Divine Land. No one knows the formation to enter this place, so you don't have to worry about Suemo." Chiyo was stunned by Qin Fin's words. When she first stepped into the Divine Land, she felt like she was dreaming. She never thought that there would be a place like the Divine Land outside of the secular world of China. However, the Immortal Island in front of her was even more magical. It was surrounded by abundant spiritual chi. There was a towering tree full of fiery red fruits in front of her, and countless small fire beasts were playing under it. Not far away, there was a 5-meter-tall giant beast running. Hua, Xiaojin, Huayan, and the other girls were not on the Immortal Island. They had probably returned to the Spirit City. Duan Yu and the others were cultivating on the Immortal Island. Ever since Qin Fin opened the Immortal Island, the 4 heroes had been sitting cross-legged here day and night. Now, they had all broken through their realms. Duan Yu and Golden-Haired Lion King had reached the LV7 Genuine Qi realm, while Shimin Chueshua and Ouyang Feng had reached the LV4 Genuine Qi realm. Qin Fin, there's someone here, and a giant beast. Chiyo became alert when she came to her senses. She still did not know much about the Immortal Island. The chaotic true chi in Qin Fin's body slightly stabilized. He opened his eyes and smiled at Chiyo, saying, "Don't be afraid. Those 4 people are my subordinates. That giant winged fire demon is also my little brother." Chiyo looked at the 4 people and 1 beast in the distance in disbelief. She never expected them to be Qin Fin's subordinates. She was extremely intelligent and quickly thought of a deeper place. Suddenly, She widened her beautiful eyes and shouted, "Qin Fen, don't tell me this immortal island is also yours?" Qin Fen's smile became even wider. "You can say that, but it's not completely mine. However, the area that you can see now is my territory. As for the place in the distance that is shrouded in immortal fog, I have never been there." Qiuya became more and more interested in the immortal island. She could feel that this was a land of immortals. The surrounding spiritual qi was dense, and it was even stronger than that of China. Qin Fen took Qiuya to wander around the immortal island. The two of them walked to the end of the plains. In front of them was a land shrouded in immortal fog. It was impossible to see what was inside the fog. "Qin Fen, can't we go in?" Qiuya asked curiously. Qin Fen was also very curious. When he first opened the immortal island, he wanted to explore the land shrouded in immortal fog. However, Little Pig advised him not to go there rashly. At least his current realm was too low. However, the outside was now occupied by Su Mo. With Qin Fen's current state, there was no way he could go out. He knew that the immortal island was a higher-level immortal cultivation world. Even an ordinary stone on the ground was comparable to a medium spiritual stone in the divine land. Qin Fen thought that if he stepped into the land shrouded in immortal fog, the concentration of spiritual qi might be even denser. Perhaps he could find some spiritual herbs and try to break through the barrier of level 8 genuine qi. Just as he was planning, Little Pig's voice sounded in his mind. "Master, risk and opportunity coexist. If you really want to go to the land shrouded in immortal fog, it's best to bring Giant Winged Fire Demon and the 4 heroes with you." Since Little Pig had suggested taking the risk, Qin Fen no longer hesitated. He immediately called Giant Winged Fire Demon, Duanyu and Golden Fur Lion King over. "Qiuya, stay in those areas and wait for me to come back." Qin Fen instructed Qiuya after making his preparations. Qiuya hurriedly grabbed Qin Fen's arm. She had just met Qin Fen in the Divine Land and did not want to leave Qin Fen's side for even a moment. "Bring me along." Qiuya raised her little head with a pleading look on her face. Qin Fen helped her straighten her hair that had been messed up by the wind. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, this immortal island is my territory. Nothing will happen to me." Qin Fen did not mention that the land shrouded in immortal fog was full of danger, mainly because he did not want Qiuya to worry. In the end, he did not bring Qiuya along. Instead, he asked Shimin Chueshue and Ouyang Feng to protect her outside. After all, this was Immortal Island. No one knew what the land shrouded in immortal fog was like. Qiuya's strength was too low. Qin Fen was afraid that if she really encountered any danger, he would not even be able to protect himself, let alone save Qiuya. After settling Qiuya down, Qin Fen set off. Giant Winged Fire Demon walked in front to lead the way. With every step it took, it felt like the ground would shake. Qin Fen walked in the middle. Behind him were the 2 heroes, Duanyu and Golden Fur Lion King. With Qin Fen's lineup, if they were in the Divine Land, they would be among the top existences. However, now that they were walking in the unknown territory of Immortal Island, everyone felt inexplicably nervous. Immortal Island was shrouded in immortal fog, and the few of them had already walked into the immortal fog. Qin Fen realized that as long as he stepped on the ground, the surrounding immortal fog would automatically dissipate. Those areas would become clear, and they were not much different from the area around the fire demon tree. Chapter 1452. Little Pig, what's going on? Qin Fen asked anxiously. Little Pig's voice was also anxious. "I'm not sure. Maybe the fire demon has discovered danger. Master, do you want to retreat?" The gigantic winged fire demon ran so fast that it covered dozens of meters with a single stride. Qin Fen did not hesitate at all. He immediately picked up the Rainbow Devil Storm Spear and chased after the fire demon. Since he had subdued the fire demon, he would treat it like family. How could he let the fire demon's only son fall into danger? "Master, be careful. Let us scout out the situation first." just as Qin Feng stepped on the whirlwind golden wheel and flew away. Golden Fur Lion King and Duan Yu immediately rushed in front of him. The three of them were extremely fast and quickly caught up with the gigantic winged fire demon. The fire demon did not continue to run wildly. It stopped at a plain valley and roared as it fought. When the three of them arrived, they were shocked to see hundreds of dark blue wolves gathered at the bottom of the plain valley. Roar! Roar! The gigantic winged fire demon was already surrounded by dozens of ice wolves, but it did not run at all. It bravely attacked and roared at the sky. Little Pig immediately said, "Master, the fire demon said those are all rank 4 spiritual beasts. They're comparable to martial artists at LV7 Genuine Qi. It wants Master to run." Qin Feng was amazed. This immortal island was indeed unusual. Hundreds of rank 4 spiritual beasts had appeared on a random plain. Qin Feng's flame golden eagle and glacial snow mastiff had only broken through to rank 2 spiritual beasts. They were comparable to martial cultivators at LV3 or 4 Genuine Qi. Now that Qin Feng had stepped into LV7 Genuine Qi, he was invincible against martial artists of the same realm. However, he was now facing hundreds of fierce spiritual beasts at LV7 Genuine Qi. Moreover, he had been injured by Suemo not long ago. It was impossible for him to fight against the ice wolves in the valley. Qin Feng could not, and neither could the gigantic winged fire demon. Although it was a rank 6 magical beast, it could not withstand the ice wolves' attacks. However, the giant winged fire demon didn't retreat. It used its mountainous body to block the incoming ice wolves, not allowing any ice wolves to escape from its back. "Master, you go first. We'll go help the fire demon." Duan Yu and Golden Fur Lion King couldn't watch any longer. Duan Yu was trying to persuade Qin Feng, but Golden Fur Lion King had a fiery temper. The Dragon Slayer saber chopped down from the sky, and suddenly a golden saber chi that was several hundred meters long fell into the valley, and a crack as thick as an arm appeared on the grass. The 3 ice wolves didn't have time to dodge, and directly exploded under the surging saber chi. Roar! The Golden Fur Lion King's blade completely enraged the pack of ice wolves. Immediately, more than 20 ice wolves charged at the Lion King. Those ice wolves had strong physiques, and their limbs were extremely developed. They could easily leap dozens of meters in an instant. More than a dozen ice wolves leaped into the air. They opened their mouths wide to reveal their white fangs. Hundreds of ice thorns fell from the sky, like a magnificent scene of 10,000 arrows falling. The Golden Fur Lion King's expression became grave. He immediately raised his blade, and a golden light flashed, breaking through the ice rain. However, there were still dozens of ice thorns that fell, sending the Golden Fur Lion King flying. Roar! The moment the Lion King fell to the ground, the pack of ice wolves immediately pounced forward as if they had gone mad. They opened their bloody mouths, looking like they were going to swallow him alive. Seeing this, Duan Yu immediately flew over. Just as he was in the air, he pointed with 2 fingers. His fingers were so fast that they created wind. Instantly, sword rays shot out in all directions, as if thousands of light spots were shooting out. Bang, 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 bang. Those ice wolves were hit by the sword chi, but the scene of them being pierced by the sword rays did not happen. The ice wolves' fur was extremely hard. When the sword chi hit them, there was a muffled sound like a hammer hitting a wall. Although the power of the 6-pulse divine sword was unable to kill the pack of ice wolves, it forced the ice wolves that pounced at the Golden Fur Lion King to retreat. The Golden Fur Lion King immediately grabbed the Dragon Slayer saber and leaped down. The long saber chi exploded on the plains, and a few more ice wolves were blasted into pieces. The battle was extremely intense, but this was only the beginning of the huge battle. The hundreds of ice wolves suddenly stopped attacking and raised their heads to the sky and howled. The originally quiet plains trembled slightly. When Qin Feng and the other 2 looked around, their expressions changed drastically. Dust flew in the distance, and hundreds of ice wolves rushed over. "Not good, master. There must be a wolf's den nearby." "I'm afraid you've stepped into the ice wolves' territory. If you don't run now, it'll be too late." Little Pig's voice was extremely anxious. Qin Feng also felt a strong sense of danger without needing it to say anything. However, at this moment, the system's notification sounded in his mind. "Ding, the Hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest. Subdue the 10 great savage beasts. There is no time limit for the quest. For every savage beast subdued, the reward is 100,000 sovereign points. The rest of the rewards are yet to be determined." Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for successfully subduing the giant winged fire demon. The system rewards host 100,000 sovereign points. The host's total sovereign points, 169,000 sovereign points. Qin Feng was stunned. When he regained his senses, he hurriedly asked, "Little Pig, what are the 10 great savage beasts in this quest?" Little Pig quickly replied, "The 10 great savage beasts don't specifically refer to any 10 beasts. As long as they meet the system's criteria, it's fine. However, the higher the level of the savage beast master subdued, the more abundant the rewards will be." Qin Feng understood and continued to ask, "Have the poisonous Scorpion King and these ice wolves been determined as savage beasts by the system?" The poisonous Scorpion King is a savage beast. These ice wolves don't count. Qin Feng was a bit depressed. He had planned on subduing an ice wolf to complete the quest. Now, there were more and more ice wolves gathered, increasing from 100 to more than 300. The giant winged fire demon couldn't hold on anymore. Its roars became more and more desperate, but the intensity of its voice became weaker. Duan Yu and Golden Fur Lion King also began to fight a bloody battle. If the two of them hadn't recently stepped into true Qi Stage 7, they would have long been torn to shreds by this group of crazy ice wolves. They were all fighting to buy time for Qin Feng to escape. However, when Qin Feng saw this scene, he was already burning with rage. "Rumble!" He leaped into the air and stabbed the long spear in his hand towards the ground. Instantly, thousands of spear lights rained down and blasted dozens of ice wolves into pieces. Golden Fur Lion King and Duan Yu had already been recalled into the system. Qin Feng couldn't recall the giant winged fire demon, so he let Little Pig order it to leave. At first, the fire demon roared and refused to leave. However, under Qin Feng's strict orders, it dejectedly ran back to the area where the fire demon tree was. Along the way, the ice wolves chased after the fire demon, while Qin Feng rode the golden whirlwind wheel. These ice wolves were extremely fierce on the plains, but they couldn't fight in the air. They desperately jumped up and tried to catch Qin Feng, but they couldn't even reach the soles of his shoes. Roar, roar! The ice wolves roared angrily into the sky. Their oily green eyes turned blood red. Qin Feng waved his hand, and a purple heavenly eagle bow appeared in his hand. The longbow's design was domineering. It didn't have a bowstring, but he pulled the longbow in the air. The moment he let go, 3 huge, beautiful heavenly eagles swooped down and exploded in the midst of the ice wolves. Rumble! The heavenly eagles kept falling like angry birds. The ice wolves were numerous and densely distributed. Every time the heavenly eagles landed, they would explode. Although they couldn't kill the ice wolves, they left some wounds on their bodies. After chasing for a while, some ice wolves started to retreat. No one could last long in such a situation where they could only take a beating. More and more ice wolves retreated. In the end, the entire pack of ice wolves fled back to their land. Qin Feng and the fire demon finally stopped. At this moment, they were less than 5 kilometers away from the base of the fire demon tree. If the pack of ice wolves really charged into the main city, it would be a battle to the death. Qin Feng suddenly realized a very serious problem. Although the area around the fire demon tree was his territory, it would also be attacked by other forces. He had to strengthen the defense of the main city as soon as possible. Otherwise, if other forces discovered this place, he would have to occupy it. Now, with the ice wolves in front and Su Mo behind, Qin Feng felt that he was being forced into a desperate situation. However, he was still unwilling to give up. He rushed toward the fairy fog area in the opposite direction of the ice wolves' base. As he stepped in, the surrounding fairy fog quickly dissipated. The environment of this area changed slightly. After walking through a plain, a dense forest appeared in front of him. The giant winged fire demon followed Qin Feng all the way. As a rank 6 magical beast, it was much more sensitive to hidden dangers around it than Qin Feng. Until now, the fire demon had not roared or issued a warning, which meant that there was no danger nearby. After hesitating for a while, Qin Feng gritted his teeth and entered the forest. The environment here was similar to Devil Beast Mountain, but the spiritual qi here was 10 times denser. As Qin Feng walked in the forest, the dense spiritual qi automatically entered his body. After a while, he felt that his internal injuries had automatically healed. Master, this is a forest rich in resources. There must be many spiritual herbs and spiritual plants here. It's because these plants have healing effects. When Master breathes in the aura of the herbs in the air, his internal injuries will automatically heal. Little Pig hurriedly explained. Its voice was filled with surprise. Master had finally found a good place. Qin Feng was also a little excited. He sped up and rushed into the forest. However, he remained vigilant at all times. The more spiritual herbs and spiritual plants were in a forest like this, the more ferocious beasts would appear. After walking for an unknown period of time, the emerald spiritual ring on Qin Feng's hand suddenly shone brightly. This spiritual ring not only had the storage function of a space ring, but it could also sense the existence of treasures. However, since Qin Feng had obtained the emerald spiritual ring, it had only reacted when he met Ao Shaoan during the money laundering mission in Hong Kong. He did not expect it to suddenly react again. Wow, Master, you're going to be rich. There's a fruit of embryonic spirit in front of you. As soon as the spiritual ring reacted, Little Pig's excited voice sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Although Qin Feng had not seen the treasure and did not know what the fruit of embryonic spirit was, he could guess from Little Pig's reaction that it must be an incredible treasure. Chapter 1453. The fruit grew at the top of the tree's densest branches and leaves. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. The fruit was as large as a watermelon, but it had a fiery red skin. There were also many barbs growing on the skin, which gave people chills just by looking at it. Qin Feng leaped to the top of the tree. Just as he was about to pluck the fruit, he heard Little Pig's anxious voice in his mind. Master, the fruit of embryonic vitality grows on the tree. The vines are connected to the spiritual energy in the tree. If you pluck it directly from the tree, the fruit will immediately wither and the spiritual energy inside will dissipate. Qin Feng stopped in time and almost plucked the fruit of embryonic origin. He realized that this thing was similar to the spirit spring he had found in the depths of Devil Beast Mountain. They were both dependent on the spirit source. If they were separated from the spirit source, these treasures would lose their great value. This put Qin Feng in a difficult position. The fruit of embryonic origin was right in front of him, but he couldn't pluck it. There were sharp barbs on the outside of the fruit, so he couldn't just eat the entire fruit with its vines, right? Qin Feng looked at the size of the fruit, then thought about the size of his mouth. This was completely unrealistic. Little Pig could read his thoughts and was about to be amused to death by Qin Feng's thoughts. Master, who said you could eat it directly? This origin embryo fruit is the main ingredient for refining the origin embryo pill. The origin embryo pill is a pill that true Qi realm experts need to step into the immortal Qi realm. Master can directly refine the fruit of embryonic origin on the tree and use it to form the essence foundation pill. Qin Feng was stupefied. An essential ingredient for breaking through from the Jinchi realm to the immortal Qi realm? If that was the case, then the fruit of embryonic origin was extremely precious. If he really refined it and consumed it, then wouldn't he be able to ascend to a higher realm? Thinking of this, Qin Fin did not want to delay any longer. He immediately shot out the destructive fire and was about to refine pills on the tree. However, before he could sit properly, he suddenly felt the tree beneath him shake violently. An angry roar came from the bottom of his feet. Qin Fin looked down and was so shocked that he almost fell off the tree. Roar! Under the tree stood a giant bear covered in brown fur. The big brown bear was slapping the tree, and every time its paw landed, it felt like the tree was going to collapse. The gigantic winged fire demon had already charged forward, opening its mouth and shooting out a ball of fire. The brown bear did not dodge at all and let the flames burn its body. The fire demon's flames were comparable to Qin Feng's destructive flames, but they didn't seem to have any effect on the brown bear. Roar! Seeing that its flame attack had failed, the giant winged fire demon charged over. The big brown bear finally stopped beating the tree. Its huge bell-like eyes were bloodshot as it roared and charged at the fire demon. The two beasts were about 5 to 6 meters tall. When they collided, it was as if two speeding trains had crashed into each other. The ground around them cracked open, and a row of giant trees fell. However, the strange thing was that the tree that bore the fruit of embryonic origin was still standing. Qin Fin was shocked by the brown bear's ferocity. The giant winged fire demon was considered one of the top magical beasts in the divine land. He didn't expect that on this immortal island, a random giant beast would dare to fight with it. Not long ago, Fire Demon was besieged by a pack of wolves. Now that it was being attacked by the brown bear, it was extremely depressed. Master, Fire Demon can still hold on for a while. Hurry up and refine the fruit of embryonic vitality. Little Pig's anxious voice sounded. Qin Feng hurriedly returned to his senses and sat firmly on top of the tree. He realized that he was no match for the brown bear. Now he could only take advantage of the time that the fire demon was buying to refine the fruit of embryonic essence and quickly leave this place. Golden Fur Lion King and Duanyu were released to help the fire demon stall the brown bear. The brown bear seemed to be guarding the fruit of embryonic essence. No matter how the fire demon and the others tried to lure it, the brown bear wouldn't leave the tree that bore the fruit of embryonic essence. Loud noises kept coming from under the tree, as if bolts of lightning were striking down. However, Qin Feng was completely focused on refining the fruit of embryonic essence. He didn't pay any attention to the situation below. According to Little Pig, this pill of embryonic essence was an 8th grade immortal pill. The refining process was extremely complicated. Fortunately, Qin Feng had become a 6th grade golden pill master a long time ago. In addition, his realm had skyrocketed, so he could just barely refine this 8th grade immortal pill. Qin Feng's left hand held the destructive fire, and his right hand shot the extreme ice. The fruit of embryonic essence was instantly surrounded by fire and ice. It was caught in a world of ice and fire. Qin Feng's destructive fire was at the level of the 10,000 beast true fire. Ordinary objects would be turned into ashes if they came into contact with it. However, the fruit of embryonic essence wasn't burned at all in the raging fire. It was as if it was enjoying the roasting of the flames. The extreme ice only froze the surface of the fruit of embryonic essence. As for the turbulent spiritual energy within the fruit, it flowed even faster. Roar, roar! The huge brown bear seemed to realize that the fruit of embryonic essence had changed. It suddenly stopped its fierce battle with the fire demon and rushed ferociously towards the tree. Its eyes were bloodshot. It opened its mouth wide to reveal a mouthful of fangs. Every time its feet touched the ground, Qin Feng jumped up from the shock. Rumble! After running for a while, the brown bear had butted into the thick tree trunk. Qin Feng was sent flying. However, he stepped on a pair of golden wheels and hovered in the air, continuing to refine the fruit of embryonic essence. The brown bear raised its head and roared at Qin Feng. Its roar was like an avalanche. Qin Feng didn't pay any attention to it. Instead, he sped up the refining process. Roar, roar! The giant winged fire demon realized that its master was doing something very important. It hurriedly rushed over to trap the brown bear. Golden Fur Lion King and Duan Yu also flew through the forest. The two of them didn't dare to get close to the brown bear. They only helped the giant winged fire demon from afar. The two huge beasts fought fiercely. The brown bear was clearly stronger than the fire demon. After a series of collisions, the fire demon's roar became weaker. Even its movement speed slowed down. It looked like it was about to fall. Seeing this, the brown bear suddenly roared. It swung its huge arm and slapped the fire demon. This slap was like a speeding train, sending the fire demon flying. The moment it landed, the entire forest shook. The fire demon couldn't get up after falling to the ground. Blood flowed like a river under its body. Seeing that the brown bear was going to rush towards Qin Feng again, Golden Fur Lion King and Duan Yu didn't care too much. They immediately flew over. Rumble! The golden long saber had already fallen. The surging saber chi split the ground. However, the brown bear didn't dodge at all. It used its body to block the saber chi. It casually slapped the Golden Fur Lion King, who was in midair, and sent it flying hundreds of meters away. Duan Yu's six-pulse divine sword followed closely. The sky was densely covered like a rain of swords. When the sword chi landed on the ground or the trees, it immediately left a sword mark. However, the brown bear still didn't dodge. Its brown fur was extremely hard. There wasn't even a single wound on it. Rumble! It slapped again. Duan Yu couldn't dodge in time and was also sent flying. Seeing that the two heroes and the fire demon were injured, the brown bear had already rushed to Qin Feng's feet. However, there was a loud explosion in midair. A violent airflow rippled out with Qin Feng as the center. The fruit of embryonic essence on the tree glowed red. The outer shell of the fruit had already cracked, and a fiery red pill floated out. Roar! Sensing that the fruit of embryonic essence was gone, the brown bear roared in anger. Qin Feng put away the fruit of embryonic essence and quickly rose higher into the sky. He sat cross-legged on the flying sword and swallowed the fruit of embryonic essence to start cultivating. On the ground, the brown bear rampaged around Qin Feng's feet. Its expression was ferocious, and its brown skin had turned blood red. However, it could only watch helplessly as Qin Feng cultivated and broke through in the sky. There was no way for it to kill him. The fruit of embryonic essence melted in his mouth. The turbulent spiritual energy seemed to be endless. It surged through Qin Feng's body like a raging sea. He felt his tendons and veins break through and become thicker. His bones and blood vessels also became stronger and purer under the cleansing of the spiritual energy. Qin Feng unceasingly refined and stored the spirit qi in his body in his dantian. Very soon, his dantian swelled up and exploded with a loud sound. Qin Feng had a pleasant feeling as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He knew that this was the barrier of breaking through the 8th level of true qi. There was still a lot of spiritual energy from the fruit of embryonic essence. He quickly steadied his mind and continued to refine the spiritual energy. As time passed, Qin Feng's originally empty dantian became full again. A muffled sound exploded in his body. These 2 consecutive breakthroughs seemed to be completed in one go. He didn't encounter any obstacles. Qin Feng let out a long breath. When he broke through for the second time, the spiritual energy from the fruit of embryonic essence finally calmed down. The aura on his body underwent a huge change. It was as if he was an immortal who had descended to the mortal world. When he opened his eyes, they were like stars twinkling in the night sky. Master, congratulations on breaking through to the early stage of the 9th stage of true qi. Little Pig's pleasantly surprised voice sounded. Qin Feng felt the true qi in his body. It was many times stronger than when he was at the 7th stage of true qi. He quickly calmed down and asked Little Pig, "The 9th stage of true qi is also divided into the early stage, middle stage, late stage, and peak stage?" Little Pig said, "Yes, master." The difference in strength between the 4 minor realms of the 9 stages of true qi is enormous, because breaking through each stage requires a fortuitous encounter. Many martial artists are stuck at one stage for decades and are unable to break through. Their strength is much stronger than martial artists who have just broken through the stage. After Little Pig's explanation, Qin Feng understood. The 4 stages of the 9th stage of true qi were similar to the 4 stages of the 9th stage of inner qi. Breaking through each stage was even more difficult than breaking through from the 8th stage of true qi to the 9th stage of true qi. Roar, roar! Waves of angry roars came from the ground. Only then did Qin Feng realize that the big brown bear was still under the ground and hadn't left. At this moment, it was in a state of madness and was charging around like a madman. The towering trees in the surroundings were knocked over by it, and a few wild beasts were unfortunately trampled to death. Golden Fur, Lion King, and Duan Yu hid in the forest far away and were healing. The giant winged fire demon also sat to the side and didn't dare to rashly attack the brown bear. Now that Qin Feng had broken through 2 stages in a row and stepped into the 9th stage of true qi, he wanted to find a strong opponent to train with. The big brown bear before him was just what he wanted. Swoosh! A gust of wind suddenly rose. Qin Feng turned into a black shadow and instantly appeared behind the big brown bear. The brown bear's perception was very strong. It immediately turned around and struck out with its paw. Chapter 1454. Boom! With no time to think, Qin Feng's saber fell to the ground. After breaking through to the 9th stage of true qi, the instant he swung the golden phoenix, the saber qi was like a dragon falling to the ground. A violent explosion sounded in the air. Qin Feng hurriedly stepped on the golden phoenix and left. The brown bear chased after him. It didn't react much to the golden phoenix's attack. Little Pig, what kind of monster is this? It's a bit too strong. Qin Feng couldn't help but complain. Master, this is a 7th stage magical beast, the blood fiend brown bear. It belongs to the berserk attribute. After the berserk magic core in its body explodes, its strength increases greatly and its stamina is endless. However, when the berserk magic core's energy is used up, it will be in an extremely weak state. Qin Feng thought of the berserk black demon bear he hunted in Devil Beast Mountain. That magical beast also had the berserk attribute. Qin Feng still had its berserk magic core in his body. After activating it, he could also enter a berserk state. However, Qin Feng wouldn't activate the berserk magic core to fight the blood fiend brown bear. He felt that with his small body, he could be crushed to death by the big brown bear's toes. Fortunately, this brown bear couldn't fly. Qin Feng stepped on the golden wheel and slashed at it from the sky. No matter how strong the brown bear's defense was, it couldn't block the continuous attacks of Saber Qi Master. The blood fiend brown bear's stamina is almost exhausted. Soon, it will be in its weakest state. Master can take the opportunity to tame it. This beast has been determined by the system to be one of the top 10 vicious beasts in the mission, Little Pig said. Qin Feng was overjoyed. Not long ago, he was in a desperate situation. Now he broke through to the 9th stage of true qi and was about to tame a 7th stage magical beast. Just thinking about it was enough to make him excited. After fighting with the blood fiend brown bear for a while longer, the brown bear could no longer withstand the blows. Its burly body fell straight to the ground, creating a huge commotion like a falling meteorite. Dust flew everywhere. Qin Feng leaped through the dust and arrived above the brown bear's head in a breath's time. His mind moved slightly, and a strange energy wave suddenly rippled around him. When Qin Feng tamed the giant winged fire demon, he bought elementary mental strength potions from the system. Now his mental strength was incomparably strong, and he had stepped into the imperial stage of Spirit Beast Master. Qin Feng quickly captured the blood fiend brown bear's consciousness. At this moment, the brown bear was indeed extremely weak. Its consciousness didn't have much room to struggle and was completely controlled by Qin Feng. The process of taming the crimson brown bear was not difficult. After a short 10 minutes, the crimson brown bear's expression changed dramatically. When it saw Qin Feng, it roared excitedly as if it had seen its father. "Master, you've successfully tamed the blood fiend brown bear." Little Pig shouted excitedly. At the same time, the system's notification sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for taming one of the 10 great savage beasts, the blood fiend brown bear. The system rewards host Qin Feng 100,000 hedonist points and a cloud-piercing arrow. Host points, 269,000. Qin Feng was excited and immediately looked at the cloud-piercing arrow rewarded by the system. This was a slender and delicate arrow. The body of the arrow emitted a holy radiance, and the arrowhead emitted a faint purple light. At the end of the arrow was a pair of holy wings. Master, the cloud-piercing arrow is a legendary holy item. It was born from the same origin as the arrow that our descendants used to shoot the sun. One arrow pierces through the clouds and can destroy all things. Little Pig explained. How could Qin Feng suppress his excitement? He immediately took out the heavenly eagle bow, placed the cloud-piercing arrow on the heavenly eagle bow, and pulled the bowstring. Boom! A loud explosion sounded like heavenly thunder falling to the ground. The cloud-piercing arrow shot out like a meteor, piercing through the sky and dispersing the clouds to reveal the sun. Qin Feng stared at the sky, which seemed to have been pierced through. He suddenly shouted, "Holy shit! Doesn't that mean the cloud-piercing arrow is gone?" Little Pig was amused by his expression. It smiled and said, "Don't worry, Master. The cloud-piercing arrow recognizes its master. It has already fused with Master's consciousness. As long as Master uses his consciousness to summon it back, it will find Master on its own." Qin Feng's heart was in turmoil. This was indeed a holy item. It actually had a spirit. He couldn't help but wonder, if the piercing cloud arrow were to hit someone, would it be like Ho Yi's ultimate move and freeze the enemy? The blood fiend brown bear had been subdued, and Qin Feng had broken through to the early stage of True Qi Stage 9. He led the team back to the main city. "Qin Feng, are you guys okay?" Chiu was burning with anxiety as she waited in the main city. The moment she saw Qin Feng return, she immediately flew into his arms. Ouyang Feng and Shimin Chueshua were also anxious. However, as soon as the two heroes arrived, their expressions immediately changed. They charged at the blood fiend brown bear and got into an offensive stance. "Master, be careful!" The corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched. He hurriedly stopped the two of them. "Don't do anything rash. This little guy is a little baby that I just subdued." Ouyang Feng and Shimin Chueshua hurriedly stopped their attacks. Chiu was stunned on the spot. She looked up at the huge blood fiend brown bear. Just standing in front of the brown bear made her feel pressured. In the end, Qin Feng subdued this big guy. He even called it a little baby. Roar, roar! The blood fiend brown bear didn't care about Chiu and the others. It suddenly ran towards the fire demon tree like a madman. The blockhead crashed into the fire demon tree, causing the fire demon fruits to fall like rain. The giant winged fire demon was so angry that it roared continuously. Qin Feng was also confused by this guy's behavior. He wondered if the blood fiend brown bear was retarded. If that was the case, Qin Feng planned to send it back. "Master, the blood fiend brown bear is a violent magical beast. The fire demon fruits are of the fire property. They are filled with fire spiritual qi and are very helpful for the brown bear's cultivation." Little Pig hurriedly explained. Qin Feng finally understood and ordered the giant winged fire demon not to fight the brown bear. On the other side, the blood fiend brown bear excitedly devoured the fire demon fruits on the ground. The giant winged fire demon and a group of small fire beasts glared at it angrily. Qin Feng ignored the beasts and pulled Qiuya to sit on the grass. Qin Feng, what should we do now? Should we stay on Immortal Island for a while? I'm afraid Su Mo and the others haven't left yet. Qiu, you still didn't know that Qin Feng had broken through to LV9 genuine Qi. She also didn't know how powerful the blood fiend brown bear that Qin Feng had just tamed was. Qin Feng wasn't worried about Su Mo. He needed to recuperate and stabilize his current realm. Then he would take the initiative to kill Su Mo and the others. Qin Feng called Qiu because of Su Ruo and Thousand Illusion Child. He was curious why the three girls had gone missing. Qiuya, where's Ruo and Thousand Illusion Child? Didn't you all take the mission from the northern office of Fire Beacon Hall? Su Mo's appearance had thrown Qiuya's mind into chaos. For a moment, she had forgotten about Ruo and Thousand Illusion. Now that Qin Feng mentioned it, Qiuya said anxiously, Qin Feng, Ruo, and Thousand Illusion are probably dead. Qin Feng also knew that they were in danger. He asked anxiously, then tell me what happened. Why did you get separated? Qiuya said, quickly. The three of us rushed over when we heard that you went to Fire Beacon City. Then we heard that you took a mission in Fire Beacon City and went to Fire Beast Battalion. We wanted to go there too. Then the person who led us to the transporting formation was worse than a beast. He wanted to violate us. Ruo threatened to kill herself, but Thousand Illusion and I stopped him. That disciple was also afraid, so he opened the formation for us. In the end, I was teleported to this poison scorpion slaughterhouse. I don't know where Ruo and Thousand Illusion went. Qin Feng already knew some of what Qiuya said. He gritted his teeth in anger when he thought of Gao Yang. Although that bastard was already dead, Qin Feng couldn't wait to revive him and kill him a few more times. After thinking about it, Qin Feng also realized the problem. It was most likely that Gao Yang had purposely teleported the three girls to different places. However, Qin Feng knew that the formation would only teleport the three girls to Poison Sun City, which made him feel more at ease. Now that he was in Poison Sun City, no matter where Ruo and Thousand Illusion were teleported to, Qin Feng would find them. Qin Feng, what should we do now? What about Ruo and Thousand Illusion? As Qiuya spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. As one of the divine ninjas of Japan, she was not a weak woman. However, after spending these days with the girls, they had become as close as brothers. Qiu, you really did not want to hear that Ruo and Thousand Illusion had been killed. Don't worry. We'll go out now to kill Su Mo and the others, then look for Ruo and Thousand Illusion. The genuine Qi in Qin Feng's body had already stabilized. Without further ado, he stood up and was about to leave this immortal island. Qiuya hurriedly followed him, but she said worriedly, Qin Feng, why don't we wait for those people to leave? They are too strong. I'm afraid you'll be at a disadvantage. Qin Feng understood Qiuya's concern, but there was no time to explain. He asked Qiuya to stay on the immortal island, and with a slight thought, he returned to the poisoned scorpion slaughterhouse. Rumble. As soon as he landed, Qin Feng heard a series of loud noises and the angry roar of the Scorpion King. Qin Feng had been on the immortal island for 2 hours, and he found that Su Mo and the others had not taken down the Scorpion King yet. However, the battle was coming to an end. Under Su Mo's leadership, the 6 of them formed a fierce sword formation. The Scorpion King was covered with wounds and looked like it could not hold on any longer. Oh no, someone is coming. The 5 disciples sensed Qin Feng as soon as he landed. Su Mo turned into a gust of wind and appeared in front of Qin Feng. His long sword paused in midair, and he said with a sneer, "So it's you? I thought you were hiding out of fear. I didn't expect you to come here to die." I won't let you escape this time. Su Mo still did not take Qin Feng seriously. He did not notice Qin Feng's change at all. The long sword fell, and suddenly a huge sword radiance condensed in the void. Qin Feng stood still and leisurely raised his saber in midair. Rumble! The loud sound shook the battlefield. A golden saber radiance was like a dragon coming out of the sea. The saber chi was so dense that it almost materialized. When it collided with the long sword in midair, the whole sky shook. Rumble! The loud noises continued, and the sword chi and saber chi disappeared. Chapter 1455. Even the 5 disciples fighting the poisonous Scorpion King on the other side were stunned and looked at Qin Feng blankly. 4 of them were at LV7 Genuine Qi, and the first senior brother was at LV8 Genuine Qi. However, they were well aware of Elder Sumo's realm, and they had never expected that Elder Su would be pushed back by that young boy. First Elder, what do we do now? The first senior brother and the other 4 had trapped the Scorpion King. Without Su Mo, the Scorpion King had gone berserk. Su Mo was so angry that he glared at Qin Feng and said, "Don't worry about me. Trap the Scorpion King and don't let it escape." Boom! The sword radiance rose again, like a divine weapon descending from the sky. Before, Qin Feng could not figure out Su Mo's realm at all, and he could not even fight back. But now, Qin Feng could clearly see that Su Mo had also entered the early stage of LV9 Genuine Qi, while Qin Feng had only been at LV7 Genuine Qi. Naturally, he was no match for Su Mo. The sky sword fell to the ground, but Qin Feng stood on the ground without dodging. His hand pierced through the air. His action was so strange that even Su Mo was stunned. Qin Feng's hand was empty, but when he finished the stab, a blood-red long spear appeared out of thin air. With a loud bang, thousands of spear radiance surged into the sky and shattered the sky sword. Dozens of sword radiance even pierced through the sky and landed on Su Mo. Puff! The sound of skin being cut was heard. Sumo's arms and thighs were cut several times, and blood immediately gushed out. He retreated quickly, ignoring the condition of his wounds. He stared at Qin Feng in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. "Elder Su, are you all right?" The first senior brother at LV8 Genuine Qi could not bear it anymore, and immediately rushed over with 4 disciples. When the 5 disciples saw the injured Elder Su Mo, they were all dumbfounded. Su Mo felt like he had been slapped in the face, so he quickly said, "This is nothing. I underestimated my opponent, or else that boy would have died under my sword." The 5 disciples nodded. They believed that Elder Su Mo was telling the truth. After all, Sumo's strength was clear for all to see. He was an expert at the early stage of LV9 Genuine Qi realm, which was rare even in the entire Divine Land. Elder Su, the Scorpion King, won't be able to escape anytime soon. Why don't we join forces to kill this guy first? The first senior brother asked. Su Mo was at a loss. He could not understand how Qin Feng had suddenly become so powerful. However, he believed that he would definitely be able to kill Qin Feng if he led his 5 disciples into a sword formation. Good. Set up the sword array. With Sumo's roar, the 5 disciples suddenly flew away. They stood in different positions, like the pattern of a star chart. Each of them held a long sword in their hands, and they swung it in the void, releasing surging sword chi, like the light of the stars. Seeing that the 5 of them had completed their sword formation, Su Mo immediately leaped up and hovered above their heads. He waved his long sword, and the huge sky sword appeared again. The 5 disciples also waved their sword radiance and merged into the sky sword. The heavenly sword, which was already ferocious to begin with, became even larger. It seemed as though it was about to split the heavens and split the earth. Rumble! The heavenly sword landed on the ground, creating a crack in the ground. Qin Feng did not dare to face the combined attack of the 6 disciples, so he had already left on his whirlwind golden wheel. However, The sword chi was so powerful that just a trace of its aftershock was enough to send him flying to the ground. Suemo was pleasantly surprised and immediately stabbed his sword at Qin. Rumble. The sword radiance blasted a huge pit in the ground, but Sumo's expression suddenly changed. He found that Qin was no longer there. A gust of wind blew in the void, and Qin came to the sword array of the 5 disciples on his whirlwind golden wheel. The 5 disciples did not hide when they saw Qin. Instead, they revealed a playful expression. This guy is so ignorant. How dare he step into the center of our sword array? Kill him with your sword, the first senior brother shouted excitedly. However, before he could finish his words, thousands of spear radiance shot toward him like flying arrows. Before he could react, his body exploded on the ground. Rumble. The explosions continued, and the movements of the remaining 4 disciples abruptly slowed down. They looked at the scene in disbelief. That was the first senior brother at LV8 Genuine Qi. How could he be killed by a single blow? Moreover, Qin was standing in the center of their sword array. He completely ignored the existence of the surging sword chi in the sword array. As the spear fell, Qin turned around and waved his spear again, now that he had stepped into LV9 Genuine Qi, with a celestial sovereign armor, and activated the property of the violent demonic core in his body. Why should he be afraid of these guys at LV7 or 8 Genuine Qi? Swish! Swish! Suddenly, the spear radiance shot out like arrows, and the 2 disciples standing in the southwest instantly exploded. Qin did not stop at all. With a wave of his hand, a golden saber radiance flew out. The golden saber, which was hundreds of meters long, cut the remaining 2 disciples in half at the waist. Rumble. Before the loud noise subsided, the 5 disciples of the Empyrean sect had already lost their lives. Qin's attack was swift and violent, and he had completed all these moves in a single breath. Suemo was still in a daze. When he came to his senses, he found that all 5 disciples had been killed. Sumo's eyes almost fell to the ground. He could not understand how Qin had changed so much in just 2 hours. Qin had run for his life every time he saw him. The change happened too quickly, but Sumo's decision time was also very fast. He had already fled into the distance, no longer having the confidence to fight Qin. How could Qin let him go? With a slight thought, a huge creature fell to the ground. The blood fiend brown bear was excitedly devouring the fire fiend fruits on the immortal island. After suddenly landing in this new plane, it looked around in confusion. "Little baby, kill him for me," Qin ordered. The brown bear roared angrily and rushed toward Suemo. This time, it was Sumo's turn to be confused. He was wondering where this raging bear had come from. Rumble. The bear had just eaten a lot of fire devil fruits, so there was a burst of violent fire spiritual chi in its body. As it ran, the sand shook. Suemo, who was running away, felt like he was stepping on a wave, and he staggered from side to side. Suemo had tried his best to escape, but the brown bear still caught up with him. The brown bear stomped on the ground and sent Suemo flying into the air. Its thick arms swept out and the air exploded. When it hit Suemo, it directly smashed him into pieces. Rumble. Qin was shocked by the brown bear's power. The explosions continued without end, and he was shocked by the brown bear's power. The Scorpion King in the distance had already started to run away in fear. It had thought that this scorpion slaughterhouse was its territory. It did not expect that a more ferocious demonic beast would suddenly appear. Where did it come from? Brown Bear, go and catch the Scorpion King. Qin gave a new order, and the brown bear chased after the Scorpion King. For a moment, in this boundless desert, there were 2 giant beasts, one fleeing and the other chasing. It was really a very strange scene. The Scorpion King could not escape in the end. It was knocked out by the brown bear and dragged to Qin feet. Qin finally saw the Scorpion King's appearance clearly, especially the poisonous stinger on its tail, which made his heart tremble. While the Scorpion King was unconscious, Qin Feng quickly subdued it. Although the Scorpion King was unconscious, it was still conscious and very weak, so Qin Feng quickly subdued it. Ding! Congratulations to host Qin Feng for successfully subduing the Scorpion King, one of the 10 great fierce beasts. The system rewards host Qin Feng 100,000 hedonist points. Host Qin Feng's total hedonist points: 369,000 hedonist points. Qin Feng found that the reward for subduing the Scorpion King and the giant winged fire demon was only 100,000 hedonist points, and a cloud-piercing arrow was extra for subduing the brown bear. This showed that the brown bear was more powerful than the other 2 fierce beasts. Qin Feng began to think that he should first subdue powerful fierce beasts so that the reward would be better. Qin Feng had turned the situation around. He had killed the 6 people from the Emperorian Terminus sect and subdued the Scorpion King. When everything had calmed down, Qin Feng returned to Immortal Island. When Qiuya and the others saw him return with the Scorpion King, they did not know what to say. "You 3 little fellows, guard the main city well from now on. If there are enemies who dare not to invade, kill them for me." Qin Feng ordered the 3 fierce beasts. The 3 fierce demonic beasts nodded and roared at Qin Feng like obedient children. Their roars were full of excitement. With these 3 fierce beasts guarding the main city area of Immortal Island, Qin Feng felt more at ease. He brought Qiuya back to the Scorpion slaughterhouse. The most important thing now was to find Su Ruoro and Thousand Illusion Child. When Qiuya returned to the sand, she still found it hard to believe. She could not figure out how Qin Feng had killed Su Mo and the others and subdued the Scorpion King. Qin Feng did not explain, so Qiuya did not ask. She suddenly said, excitedly, "Qin Feng, that Immortal Island is really a good place. I stayed there for a while, and actually broke through to LV3 Genuine Qi." Before Qiuya came to the Divine Land, she had just stepped into LV1 Genuine Qi. She thought that was already the highest realm, and in the secular world of China, she would be a supreme existence. Now that she came to the Divine Land, she realized that LV1 Genuine Qi was just the beginning. She had been here for less than 2 months and had actually broken through to LV3 Genuine Qi. Then go to Immortal Island to cultivate when you have nothing to do and strive to break through to a higher realm. Halfway through his words, Qin Feng suddenly remembered something. "By the way, Qiuya, there are 2 formation entrances to Immortal Island. One is with me, and I can bring people in and out at any time. The other is an Immortal Sect. You can go to Immortal Island and then use the formation to go to Immortal Sect. Hua Yan, Little Demon, and the others are all there." Qiuya did not expect that they could be transported like this on Immortal Island. She somewhat missed Xiao, Li, and the others, but in the end, she stayed by Qin Feng's side. "I won't go to Immortal Sect now. I want to find Ruoro and Thousand Illusion with you." Chapter 1456. Qin Feng realized that Ruoro and Qian Huan were not in the poisoned scorpion slaughterhouse, so he left with Qiuya. The 2 of them didn't know where Ruoro and Qian Huan had been teleported to. They felt a bit hopeless in this scorching desert. "Qin Feng, are we unable to find Ruoro and Qian Huan? I don't want anything to happen to them." Qiuya was filled with worry. She suddenly thought that it would be great if Qin Feng found Ruoro and Qian Huan instead of her. Qin Feng was also at a loss and felt incredibly frustrated. He took out the map of Poison Sun City and looked at it. The land of Poison Sun City was vast and boundless. Trying to find someone here was like finding a needle in a haystack. That's right. Why didn't I think of this earlier? Qin Feng's eyes suddenly flashed. His sudden action scared Qiuya. "What is it, Qin Feng? Did you think of a way?" Qiuya looked at him expectantly. The Fire Beacon Hall's North Teleportation Formation is a directional teleportation formation. It will only teleport you to somewhere near the mission location in Poison Sun City. Qin Feng explained. Qiao Ye was incredibly intelligent and quickly became excited. Does this mean that Ruo Ro and Qian Huan were teleported to somewhere near the mission locations in Poison Sun City? Qin Feng nodded. He was already looking at the mission locations on the map. There were quite a few mission locations in Poison Sun City. Poison Scorpion Slaughterhouse, Fire Beast Battalion, Sand Formation, Storm Origin. There were 13 mission locations in total. Qin Feng crossed out the Poison Scorpion Slaughterhouse and Fire Beast Battalion. He had searched both of them, but did not find Ruo Ro and Qian Huan. The remaining 11 mission locations were scattered throughout Poison Sun City. It would take a lot of time to find them one by one. Although the mission was difficult, Qin Feng would not give up. If he did not find Ruo Ro and Qian Huan child, he would not leave Poison Sun City even if he died. After coming up with a new plan, Qin Feng carried Qiao Ye on Flaming Dragon Horse and galloped across the desert. They first arrived at the mission location closest to the Poison Scorpion Slaughterhouse. This was still a barren desert, and strong winds blew day and night. In front of him was a scene of yellow sand filling the sky, and visibility was no more than 10 meters. The disciples who came to the mission location were mainly to hunt wild camels. These camels had low attack power and were relatively easy to kill. Their fur was hard and wear-resistant, making it a good material for forging armor. Qin Feng wasn't interested in these wild camels. His only goal in coming here was to find Ruo Ro and Qian Huan. Seeing the harsh yellow sand and stormy environment, Qin Feng and Qiao Ye were slightly worried. They didn't want Qian Huan or Ruo Ro to be teleported to this quest location. Heroes, has anyone seen these two beautiful women appear here? Qin Feng's voice was extremely penetrating. Even in this sandstorm, it could be clearly heard by everyone. Many of the Holy Gate's disciples paused for a moment, and they looked at Qin Feng as though they were looking at an idiot. Then they returned to their work. Seeing this, Qin Feng leaped into the air, and the golden phoenix in his hand fell from the sky, creating a deep crack in the sand. Rumble! The continuous explosions drowned out the loud sounds of the gale. The crowd was stunned. They looked at Qin Feng again with a trace of fear in their eyes. I am Qiao Feng, a disciple of the Celestial Souls sect. I came here to look for two friends. They came here the day before yesterday, and they were dressed thinly. If any of you have seen these two women, you can tell me about them. I, Qiao Feng, will definitely reward you handsomely. Qin Feng's roar was like thunder, and everyone was shocked. Recently, the name of the Celestial Souls City and the Celestial Souls sect had spread across the land. It was said that an ordinary disciple of the Celestial Souls sect caused havoc in the Science and Technology Museum and even escaped from the joint pursuit of a group of Holy Gates. However, no one knew that this Qiao Feng before them was the legendary young hero. However, no one dared to slight Qin Feng anymore. Whether it was the reputation of the Celestial Souls sect or the power displayed by Qin Feng's slash, everyone was stunned. Young hero Qiao, I came here for a quest the day before yesterday, but I didn't see the two women you mentioned, a disciple of Xingshan said. Another few disciples whose clothes Qin Feng couldn't tell which sect they belonged to jumped out. Young hero Qiao, this sandstone array has strong winds all year round, and visibility is less than 10 meters. It's really difficult to find people here. I've already stayed in the sandstone array for a week, and I haven't seen any female disciples come here. Young hero Qiao, did you find the wrong place? The crowd expressed that they didn't see Ruo Ro or 1,000 illusions, and not even a single female disciple. Qin Feng had already bought a talisman of clairvoyance from the system. He looked around the endless yellow sand a few times, and indeed he didn't see the two women. Qin Feng didn't stay any longer, and immediately rushed to the next quest location. When he left, he even gave the disciples who answered his questions 10 high-grade spirit stones each, and they were so happy that they couldn't close their mouths. As for the other disciples who didn't get any spirit stones, they were filled with envy and regret. If they had known this would happen, they would have stood up and said a few words. Qin Feng wasn't a fool with too much money. Now that he had more than 80,000 high-grade spirit stones, he didn't care about a few dozen spirit stones at all. By doing this, he was helping the Celestial Souls City and the Celestial Souls sect gain fame. At the very least, the sacred sect disciples who were doing quests in the Sandstone Array had already firmly remembered the names of Qiao Feng and the Celestial Souls sect. They flew all the way, and when Qin Feng and Qiao arrived at the quest location of the Windstorm Origin, it was already late at night. The environment of the Windstorm Origin was even worse than the Sandstone Array. In the middle of the yellow sand and strong winds, they couldn't even open their eyes, and their visibility was less than 5 meters. Qiao was already in despair. How could they find people in a place like this? Even Flaming Dragon Horse was a little lost. But Qin Feng was unimpeded after activating the Talisman of Clairvoyance. He led Flaming Dragon Horse forward all the way. In this extremely harsh environment, there were a lot fewer disciples who came to do quests. After some observation, Qin Feng found that there were almost no living things near the quest location of the Windstorm Origin. The disciples who came were all looking for some hidden spirit stones among the flying stones, and there were even disciples who specially came to this extremely harsh environment to seek opportunities to break through. Qin Feng shouted once again to express his intentions. Just like in the Sandstone Array, the first time he shouted, no one paid any attention to him. However, when his blade landed on the ground, those Sacred Gate disciples started to look at him with reverence. This was the rule of the Divine Land. Everything depended on one's fist. Whoever's fist was harder would be the boss. Originally, they thought that they would not find anything here, but they heard a disciple of Soul Saber say, "Young Hero Qiao, I saw a woman nearby the day before yesterday. However, she was wearing a veil, and I couldn't see her face clearly. I don't know if she is the friend you are looking for." Qin Feng and Qiao expressions changed, and their eyes shone with surprise. Qin Feng asked hurriedly, "Where did that woman go?" The disciple of Soul Saber pointed to the depths of the Windstorm Origin and said, "She seems to have gone inside. The deeper you go, the stronger the sandstorm and the stronger the sandstorm. I'm afraid that woman will be in danger if she goes there alone." Qin Feng and Qiao were very anxious. After Qin Feng threw 100 top-grade spirit stones to the disciple of Soul Saber, he immediately rode Flaming Dragon Horse to the depths of the Windstorm Origin. The disciple of Soul Saber was stunned. Looking at the pile of spirit stones under his feet that were almost blown away by the strong wind, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He thought to himself, "Young Hero Qiao is too damn generous." Not long after Qin Feng and Qiao left, another group of 8 people arrived at the Windstorm Origin. The 8 people were all dressed in white robes, and the leader was a gray-haired old man in his early 50s. He jumped into the crowd, grabbed one of them casually, and asked, "Boy, did you see a young man come here?" He even brought this woman with him. The disciple who was grabbed thought of Qin Feng and Qiao, but the gray-haired old man's attitude was too overbearing, which made the disciple feel dissatisfied. "Stinky old man, let go of me, or I won't treat you well. Rumble!" Before the disciple could finish his words, the old man casually punched him. Instantly, blood sprayed in the air, and the disciple exploded into pieces and disappeared in the yellow sand. The disciples of the other sects were stunned, and the atmosphere became strange. The gray-haired old man asked again, "Has anyone seen a man and a woman come here?" No one dared to ignore the gray-haired old man's question anymore. A disciple pointed to the depths of the Windstorm Origin with a trembling hand and said, They went inside. Let's go." The gray-haired old man ordered and took the lead to ride the black horse into the depths of the Windstorm Origin, and the 7 disciples immediately followed. The Sacred Gate disciples who were standing at the periphery of the Windstorm Origin were still in a daze, and their faces were blank. The sudden arrival of the two groups of people, one more powerful than the other, made everyone confused. But I remember now, the gray-haired old man and the other 7 people are from the Empyrean Terminus sect. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. Following that, screams rose and fell one after another. Everyone recalled the clothes of the gray-haired old man and the other 7 people. Weren't those the clothes of the Empyrean Terminus sect, one of the 5 venerables of the divine continent? And those 8 people didn't come with good intentions. It seemed that the man and the woman were going to be out of luck. These Sacred Gate disciples weren't familiar with Qin Feng and Choya, so they just sympathized with them for a while and went back to their own business. Qin Feng, is what that person said true or false? I have a feeling that something bad will happen if we go on like this. The 2 of them galloped and arrived at the depths of the windstorm origin. Chiu, you started to worry when she felt the howling wind around them. Qin Feng also felt a strong pressure. The surrounding wind was too fierce, and even the speed of the flaming dragon horse slowed down. If it wasn't for Qin Feng using his true energy to protect the flaming dragon horse and Choya, everyone would have been blown into the sky by the wind. Ah, Qin Feng, there's someone in front. At this moment, Choya suddenly cried out. Qin Feng had also seen the black shadow flash through the yellow sand that filled the sky. He hurriedly increased his speed and chased after it on the flaming dragon horse. The speed of the black figure wasn't fast, and the flaming dragon horse was about to catch up to it. However, the black figure suddenly stopped and placed a long sword on its neck. Who are you people? Why are you chasing me? If you dare to take another step forward, I will die here. Chapter 14:57. The woman was tall and slender. She wore a black robe and had a black veil over her face. She seemed to be injured. She forced herself to stand in the strong wind and felt like she would be blown away at any moment. Though Qin Feng did not see her face, he felt that the woman was very familiar the moment he saw her. Choya had already jumped down from her horse and ran towards the woman excitedly. "Qian Huan, I'm Choya," the woman in black froze. The long sword on her neck suddenly fell to the ground, and she became motionless like a statue. Choya ran up and hugged her. The joy of reuniting made the 2 women cry tears of joy. "It really is Choya. Are you okay? Is Ruoro with you?" Qian Huan did not mention her situation at all. Instead, she was concerned about Choya and Ruoro. "Choya is fine. You are fine now. We haven't found Ruoro, but I believe we will find her soon." A very familiar voice suddenly came to Qian Huan's ears. Visibility in the depths of the storm was less than 3 meters. Qian Huan child could not see Qin Feng and Choya clearly. She only felt that someone was chasing her. When Qin Feng walked closer, she froze as if she was electrocuted. "Qin Feng? Choya, why you found Qin Feng?" Qian Huan's voice was trembling. More than a month ago, the 8 of them entered the divine great land and found a mortal spirit city after many dangers. Then Qian Huan, Ruoro, and Choya formed a team to find Qin Feng in Fire Beacon City. They encountered many dangers and hardships along the way. Just as Qian Huan entered the land of storms and felt despair, she suddenly saw Qin Feng. "Qian Huan, we found Qin Feng. We will be fine." Choya hugged Qian Huan tightly again. Her eyes were red. Just as she finished speaking, she heard the urgent sound of horse hooves behind her. An angry roar came from the yellow sand. "You think you will be fine? Today, this will be your burial ground." Rumble. A sword chi fell with the roar, instantly creating a deep crack where the 3 of them were standing. Qin Feng had already pulled the 2 women to the side. At this moment, he was coldly looking at the newcomers. "Who are you? Why did you attack us?" Qin Feng could tell from the elder's sword that he was very powerful. Now that he had the 2 women with him, he did not want to start a fight easily. The gray-haired old man's sword had missed. At this moment, He had his sword on his back and was standing as straight as a pine tree 5 meters in front of the three of them. A group of disciples rushed over to the old man's side. However, with the yellow sand all around them, Chioya and Qian Huan could not see them clearly at all. "Stinking brat, didn't you kill 6 disciples of the Emperorian Terminus sect at the poisonous scorpion slaughterhouse yesterday afternoon? One of our elders, Su Mo, was among them." The old man's voice was cold. Qin Feng and Chiu Ye's expressions changed drastically. They didn't expect that the people from the Emperorian Terminus sect would come looking for them. Chiu Ye could not figure it out. How did the people from the Emperorian Terminus sect know that Qin Feng was the murderer when Su Mo and the other 5 were killed by Qin Feng on the spot? When the poisonous Scorpion King appeared, many disciples who were on a mission in the poisonous scorpion slaughterhouse rushed over to watch. He was afraid that one of them had leaked the secret to the Emperorian Terminus sect after knowing the identity of the person who had come. Qin Fin knew that this battle was inevitable. With a slight thought, Chioya and the 1,000 illusion child suddenly disappeared from where they were. They had already been sent into the celestial island. What kind of tricks are you playing? Where did you hide those 2 stinking bitches? The gray-haired old man quickly noticed something was wrong and suddenly attacked with his sword. This person was very fast. His figure was faintly discernible in the yellow sand. Even Qin Fin could not catch him. A huge sword radiance pierced through the sandstorm and slashed a crack in the dark sky. The environment inside the crack was clear. Boom! The loud noise even covered the whistling of the wind. Qin Fin raised his saber without thinking and immediately drew out a golden saber radiance. 2 violent auras met in midair, like 2 speeding trains colliding violently. The wind became even more turbulent, and it looked like the yellow sand was about to become a maze. "Kid, give me your life." Seeing that Elder Su Yi had made a move, the 7 disciples swung their swords and rushed over. The formation of these 7 people was very particular. They always maintained a certain distance from each other. Looking down from the sky, it looked like a diagram of the stars. The 7 people were very fast. It looked like 7 swords descending from the heavenly mountain. However, Qin Fin looked indifferent. He had already experienced the sword formation of the Emperorian Terminus sect and thought it was nothing special. Boom! Before the 7 people surrounded him, Qin Fin jumped into the sword formation. The expressions of the 7 disciples turned cold. When they regained their senses, they revealed playful expressions and looked at Qin Feng as if they were looking at an idiot. This idiot came to die. Let's fulfill his wish. With this kind of strength and intelligence, it's hard to believe that Master Su Mo and his 5 brothers would die in his hands. I heard that Master Su Mo was leading the disciples to kill the poisonous Scorpion King. That kid must have sneaked up on them. The 7 people shouted as they attacked. However, before they could release their sword chi, a golden saber radiance slashed at them. They were so scared that they immediately jumped up. The 7 people were sent flying by the violent saber chi with a loud bang. They were experts at LV7 and LV8 genuine chi, but they could not even block Qin Fin's saber. Su Yi, who was standing to the side, was shocked. He finally realized Qin Fin's strength and realized that he had underestimated him. However, when Su Yi came to his senses, his expression was indifferent. He still did not take Qin Fin seriously. "How dare you go against the Emperorian Terminus sect? You must be tired of living." Su Yi roared and charged at Qin Fin. His speed was much faster than before. Before Qin Fin could locate him, a gust of wind blew behind Qin Fin. Su Ye's palm landed and sent Qin Fin flying. When he fell to the ground, Qin Fin could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. With this palm, he had completely figured out Su Ye's realm. This old man was 1 level higher than Su Mo. He had already stepped into the middle stage of LV9 genuine chi. Qin Fin had just stepped into the early stage of LV9 genuine chi yesterday. If he used his full strength now, he could fight Su Yi to the death. However, he did not plan to fight head-on because it was too risky. Su Ye's figure had already caught up and his sword landed in midair. He did not give Qin Fin any chance to catch his breath. With this sword, he smiled proudly as if Qin Fin was going to die. However, the smile on his face suddenly froze. Su Ye's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the 3 gigantic beasts that had appeared on the empty ground. He thought to himself, "What the fuck is this?" Roar! The 3 beasts were released by Qin Fin at the same time. They stood on the sand and roared at the sky. The Scorpion King was the most excited because Poison Sun City was its hometown. Before the crowd could react, the Scorpion King leaped onto the ground and its huge body disappeared into the sand. Boom! A loud sound exploded in the distance. It was where the 7 disciples of the Empyrean sect were standing. The Scorpion King moved quickly under the sand and rushed to the side of the disciples. When it emerged from the ground, it gave the 7 disciples a fright. Before they could react, the Scorpion King's tail had already swept out with its poisonous stinger. A series of loud noises surged in all directions, and the row of 7 people were all knocked into the air. The Scorpion King roared at the sky, and the poisonous stinger on its tail shot into the air like a sharp arrow. In an instant, it pierced through the hearts of 3 disciples. The 3 disciples at the 7th stage of True Qi realm died in an instant. The other 4 disciples were so frightened that they immediately tried to escape. However, at this moment, they heard another loud sound. The gigantic winged fire devil spread its wings and hovered above the 4 disciples' heads. Rumble! The fire devil opened its mouth wide, and several fireballs fell from the sky. The 4 disciples were caught unprepared. Another 2 disciples at the 7th stage of True Qi realm died in the flames. The remaining 2 disciples at the 8th stage of True Qi realm were still running for their lives. They looked battered and exhausted. The situation changed in an instant. Su Yi was dumbstruck by this scene. However, before he could react, a deafening roar sounded in his ears. The blood fiend brown bear swung its thick arm at him. "You evil creature, you're courting death!" Su Yi did not dodge. He slashed his sword at the blood fiend brown bear's arm. When the sword landed on the bear's arm, a loud sound of metal striking metal could be heard. The blood fiend brown bear roared in pain and retreated. Su Yi did not dare to resist the air blast in the air. He somersaulted and landed on the ground dozens of meters away. Rumble! The loud sounds continued for a while. When Su Yi turned his head, he discovered that the 7 disciples had already died at the hands of the 2 demonic beasts. He was instantly enraged. He flew towards the fire devil and the Scorpion King, landing between the 2 demonic beasts. Roar! The 2 demonic beasts attacked Su Yi at the same time. Their angry roars shook the heavens and earth. Su Ye's expression did not change much. He leaped towards the gigantic winged fire devil and swung his sword. Suddenly, an incomparably large, heavenly sword fell from the sky. The fire devil roared crazily and raised its arms to block the sword. However, the moment the heavenly sword fell, the fire devil was forced to kneel on the ground. Rumble! At the same time, there was a loud explosion. The poisonous stinger on the Scorpion King's tail pierced through the air. It was about to pierce through Su Ye's head. Su Yan retreated quickly. He grasped the distance between him and the Scorpion King's tail. When he was past this distance, Su Yi stabbed his sword and cut off the Scorpion King's tail. Roar! The 2 demonic beasts held in pain. The blood fiend brown bear's skin suddenly turned red. Its eyes also turned blood red. It rushed towards Su Yi like a madman. Su Yi hurriedly brandished his sword. Several heavenly swords fell from the sky and smashed into the brown bear's body. However, they were unable to stop it. Bang! When the blood fiend brown bear collided with Su Yi, it was like a speeding train colliding. With a loud bang, Su Ye's body flew into the sky like a kite with a broken string. The blood fiend brown bear roared at the sky. However, it could not chase after Su Yi and fight him in the sky. Suddenly, two balls of fire flashed in the sky. Qin Feng stepped on his golden wheel and arrived in front of Su Yi. The rainbow demon storm spear in his hand pierced through the air. Stab, stab, stab. In an instant, thousands of spear lights shot out like arrows. Su Yi, who was in midair, could not move at all. He could only watch helplessly as the red lights shot towards him. However, he was not that easy to kill. He brandished the sword in his hand. 3 heavenly swords fell and blocked the spear lights. Chapter 1458. Loud noises resounded in the sky as sword chi and spear chi exploded violently. Even Qin Feng was shocked by Su Ye's strength. The difference between early stage and middle stage true chi stage 9 was not small. He hurriedly stabbed with his spear again. Spear chi filled the sky and shot towards Su Yi like thousands of arrows. Panic flashed in Su Ye's eyes. When he attacked with his second heavenly sword, he was hit by several spear chi and fell to the ground. The 3 beasts were already waiting for him on the ground. They fought to take care of Su Yi. Finally, the poisonous Scorpion King took a hit and swung its tail, knocking Su Yi back into the air. Rumble! Qin Feng was already prepared. He attacked with his spear again. Spear chi flew everywhere, scaring Su Yi into flailing his arms and legs. However, he found himself in the air and could not escape. Helpless, Su Yi could only use his sword to block. However, he could not even find his center of gravity. The power of his sword chi was greatly reduced. His body was knocked to the ground by the spear again. The scene repeated several times. Before Su Yi landed, he was knocked into the air. Just as he reached the sky, he was knocked to the ground again. Under the fierce attacks of the beasts and Qin Feng's spear chi, even though he was a middle stage, true chi stage 9 expert, he could not endure it. Today, the Emperorian Terminus sect and I, Qiao Feng, have become enemies. When I am free, I will personally step into the Emperorian Terminus sect. You can go to hell in peace. Just as Qin Feng shouted, a golden sword chi that was hundreds of meters long flashed in the sky. Su Yi was heavily injured and could no longer block Qin Feng's fierce attacks. The sword chi cut him in half and his body exploded in the sky. The fierce battle ended. Qin Feng panted heavily after he landed. Even with the help of the 3 beasts, killing Su Yi was not easy. Qin Feng suddenly thought of Qing Chen from the Thousand Shadows sect. He realized that Qing Chen's strength was comparable to Su Ye's. From the looks of it, that old woman had actually stepped into the middle stage of stage 9. No wonder he couldn't even fight back against her. Qin Feng, are you okay? Qin Feng had just returned to the immortal island with the 3 little fellows when Qiuya and Qian Huan rushed over anxiously. I'm fine. Those people from the Emperorian Terminus sect have been eliminated by me. We're safe now. Qin Feng explained the situation simply. The 2 women finally relaxed. Qian Huan had just reunited with Qin Feng and had been staring at him tenderly and ambiguously, causing Qin Feng to be afraid. Ruo Ro is the only one we haven't found. We have to hurry. Qin Feng got down to business. Qian Huan's expression changed as he regained his wits. What? Ruo Ro still hasn't been found? Qin Feng shook his head and said, That's right, Qian Huan, is Ruo Ro not with you? After I teleported from the Fire Beacon Hall's formation to Poison Sun City, I discovered that I had already been separated from Qiuya and Ruoro. I suspect that there's something wrong with the Fire Beacon Hall disciple who teleported us. He purposely teleported us to different locations. Qian Huan Child was a disciple of Ice Lake Mountain, one of the 5 hegemons of China's inner hidden sects. She was more familiar with formations than other women, and she had her own discoveries. Qin Feng had thought of this a long time ago. He patted Qian Huan's shoulder and said, Don't worry, I've already killed the Fire Beacon Hall disciple who harmed you. I suspect that the 3 of you were teleported to somewhere near the mission area of Poison Sun City. Chioya and I have already searched a few places, so let's continue searching. Qin Feng didn't waste any more time. The two women accompanied him to search for Su Ruoro. The three of them hurried through Poison Sun City day and night. After 3 days, they found another 6 mission areas, but they didn't find any traces of Su Ruoro. As they failed again and again, Chioya and Qian Huanchild became more and more anxious. Qin Feng was even more anxious than the two women, but he still maintained a trace of rationality. Braving the scorching sun, Qin Feng hurried along while looking at the map of Poison Sun City. He marked densely packed red circles on the map. Currently, in this enormous Poison Sun City, there were only the blazing spring pond and the legendary heavenly fire that he had yet to search. Qin Feng decided to go to the blazing spring pond to take a look. He put away the map and looked at the boundless desert. He murmured in his heart, "Ruoro, where are you? You must wait for me to find you. You 3, pay the fee before you go in." After traveling for a day and a night, the 3 of them arrived at the blazing spring pond in the morning of the 2nd day. There was a large fence around the mission area. There was only one entrance, and there were 4 men in black robes standing guard at the entrance. Qin Feng didn't know which sect these people were from. "Is this the blazing spring pond?" Qin Feng asked. One of the disciples guarding the entrance said with a cold and arrogant expression, "That's right, this is the blazing spring pond. However, this place has long been occupied by Longsong. If you want to go in, you have to pay the fee first. Each person will pay 100 high-grade spirit stones." Chioya and Qian Huanchild did not understand the sects in China at all. Qin Feng was shocked. Longsong was one of the 5 supreme sects in China. Since they were interested in the blazing spring pond area, it meant that there must be many treasures in it. 100 high-grade spirit stones was a very expensive expense for ordinary Sacred Gate disciples. However, Qin Feng did not lack spirit stones at the moment. Back then, he sold Star Technology's products in the Science and Technology Museum for over 80,000 high-grade spirit stones. Moreover, a piece of lousy stone on the Immortal Island was comparable to a medium-grade spirit stone. Qin Feng came to find Su Ruoro and did not want to offend Longsong. He had already offended the Thousand Shadow sect, the Empyrean Terminus sect, and the Wind Sun Palace of the 5 supreme sects, so he should keep a low profile. After handing over 300 upper-grade spirit stones, the disciples of the Song Dragon sect did not trouble the 3 of them anymore. The 3 of them walked into the territory of the blazing fire pool. Before they reached the core location of the mission, they already felt that something was wrong. "Qin Feng, the spiritual energy here is so rich." Qian Huan could not help but exclaim. However, she quickly calmed down. No matter how rich the spiritual energy in the blazing spring pond was, it could not be compared to the Immortal Island. Chioya had stayed on the Immortal Island several times, so she was not surprised by the density of the spirit chi here. Qin Feng was also a little surprised. After all, the Immortal Island was a cultivation world, and there were not many places in China that had such dense spirit chi. The 3 of them sped up and quickly discovered the situation. There was a large open-air natural hot spring in the depths of the blazing spring pond, and the rich spiritual energy in the surroundings was flowing out from the heavenly spring. The natural hot springs were of different sizes, and every heavenly spring was occupied by someone. The small springs had 1 person soaking in it, and the larger springs had several people soaking in it. "Qin Feng, there are so many people here. Maybe Ruoro is really here." Chioya's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, and Qian Huanchild pulled herself together. Qin Feng's expression was solemn. If Su Ruoro was really teleported to the vicinity of the blazing spring pond, it would be troublesome. There were many Sacred Gate disciples here, and Ruoro was outstanding. Wouldn't she fall into a wolf pack? Qin Feng's heart burned with anxiety, and he quickly looked around. This open-air hot spring was very large, and the heavenly spring could accommodate hundreds of people soaking in it at the same time. Qin Feng did not see Ruoro, but he found that this place was not for quests. The Sacred Gate disciples were all soaking in the hot spring, trying to cultivate and break through. Qin Feng, can I soak in that heavenly spring? Qian, Huan Child suddenly asked. Chiu Ya looked at a remote spring in the distance, and her eyes were filled with anticipation. Ever since the two women were teleported to Poison Sun City, they had not bathed for a few days. It was incomparably hot here during the day and night. The two women were covered in sweat and felt very uncomfortable. Qin Feng nodded, and the two women hurriedly went to the furthest hot spring. They knew that finding Ruoro was the most important thing right now, so they wanted to quickly wipe themselves and immediately return. Qin Feng was not in the mood to soak in the hot spring, and he continued to look around. After a while, there was a quarrel in the distance. What do you want? We entered this hot spring first. Hurry up and leave. The voice was Chiu Ya's cold and angry rebuke. At this moment, she and Qian Huan Child were soaking in the heavenly spring naked, but four men ran over and made an unreasonable request for the two women to leave the heavenly spring. Fortunately, the heavenly spring was shrouded in mist, and they could not see what was happening under the water. Chiu Ya and Qian Huan Child anxiously shrunk their bodies in the water, and only their heads were exposed. The four men were dressed in black and white, which was the uniform of the Gate of Life and Death. After seeing the appearance of the two women in the water, the four of them revealed evil smiles and actually started to take off their clothes. Since the two junior sisters are not willing to leave, your senior brothers will accompany you to soak in the hot spring. Chiu Ya and Qian Huan were so scared that their faces turned pale. They wanted to escape, but how could they go out naked? When they saw that the four men had taken off their outer clothes and started to take off their inner clothes, there was a sudden flash of fire. Two of the disciples were instantly beheaded, and their bodies fell straight to the ground. Ah! Chiu Ya and Qian Huan Child screamed in fear, and the other two Gate of Life and Death disciples even jumped up. One of them's legs were trembling, and the other stuttered. Who killed our two junior brothers from the Gate of Life and Death? Qin Feng was already standing by the side of the hot spring. When Chiu Ya and Qian Huan Child saw his back, which was as tall as a mountain, they immediately calmed down. I killed them. Qin Feng's voice was even colder than his expression. The two from the Gate of Life and Death were afraid, but they still pretended to be calm. The eldest senior brother shouted, Brat, we are disciples of the Gate of Life and Death. Do you believe that I won't ask the great elder of the Gate of Life and Death to kill you? Qin Feng sneered in his heart. He had killed many Gate of Life and Death elders. He did not waste time talking to these ants. The moment he raised his hand, the two of them had already fallen to the ground. The air was filled with the smell of burnt blood, and many people who were soaking in the hot spring looked over. Chapter 1459. Just like before, the disciples looked at Qin Feng strangely. Some of them even looked at him as if he was an idiot. Qin Feng did not mind. He waved his hand, and thousands of spirit stones landed at his feet, forming a small hill. The crowd was in an uproar. The hill of spirit stones shone brightly under the scorching sun, like a gold mine in the desert. A few disciples could not resist the temptation and rushed out of the spring to snatch the spirit stones. However, they all died on the ground 50 meters away from Qin Feng. The atmosphere suddenly became silent. Everyone was shocked by Qin Feng's strength. Those who were about to rush up but did not have time to rush up stopped and rejoiced in their hearts. They were just a second away from losing their lives. Qin Feng killed more than 10 Holy Gate disciples with a wave of his hand. However, he did not even bother to look at them. He said calmly, I am looking for a beautiful woman. She came here 7 days ago. If anyone can provide clues about her, I will give these 1,000 high-grade spirit stones to you for free. Qin Feng's words stunned the crowd. 1,000 high-grade spirit stones was not a small amount, especially in the eyes of normal Holy Gate disciples. It was an amount that they could not collect in their entire lives. Everyone started to recall the people they saw a week ago. However, after a while, no one could provide any clues. After a while, a disciple said, "Young Hero Chiao, I came to this blazing inferno spring from the legendary Heavenly Fire Land a week ago. I did not see the woman you were talking about. However, when I left the legendary Heavenly Fire Land, I saw a lone woman." Qin Feng's expression changed. He immediately asked, "What did she look like? How was she dressed?" The man replied, "She had an oval face, willowy eyebrows, starry eyes, and the temperament of a fairy. However, she was wearing a green shirt and her slender legs were exposed. It did not match her delicate and refined temperament." Qin Feng's expression changed again. He was sure that the woman this man was talking about was Su Ruoro. After knowing that Ruoro was in the legendary Heavenly Fire Land, Qin Feng wanted to rush over immediately. The man's words fell into Qiu Ye and Qian Huan's ears. The two women were almost done bathing and quickly put on their clothes. The spring they chose was in the corner. No one could see what was going on here. Qin Feng gave the 3-star mountain disciple 1,000 spirit stones and immediately left with the two girls. But before he could take 2 steps, a group of men dressed in black robes rushed over. "Kid, don't go yet." It was a group of Song Dragon disciples, and the one who shouted was one of the disciples who had been guarding the entrance of the Inferno Spring. Qin Feng's expression turned cold as he asked, "What is it?" There were a total of 8 disciples, and they surrounded Qin Feng and the others with cold expressions, as if they were afraid that the 3 of them would escape. The gatekeeper disciple said, "Hand over all your spirit stones, and I can spare your lives." Qin Feng immediately understood that these people were after his spirit stones. The disciples who were soaking in the surrounding springs all looked over. Some of them had expressions of sympathy, while others were secretly gloating. Qin Feng had just taken out 1,000 spirit stones to inquire about the whereabouts of a woman. How heroic was this move! Now, it had attracted the jealousy of the disciples of Song Dragon. Let's see if you can still pretend in the future. The 3 of us have already paid 300 spirit stones to come to the Inferno Spring. Why do we still have to pay more? Qin Feng was indeed heroic, but there was a reason for it. If someone asked him to take out spirit stones for no reason, he wouldn't give them a single one. The 8 Song Dragon disciples were stunned and looked at Qin Feng as if they were looking at an idiot. The gatekeeper disciple was a little impatient and shouted with a cold expression, "Sticking Brat, we are disciples of Song Dragon. If we want you to hand over your spirit stones, you should obediently obey. What's with all this nonsense?" Song Dragon was one of the 5 masters of the Divine Land. As disciples of Song Dragon, these people were used to being arrogant and overbearing. It was as if the Divine Land belonged to them, and everyone in the Divine Land had to listen to their orders. Qin Feng was in a hurry to go to the legendary land of Heaven Fire to find Roro, so he didn't have the time to bicker with these people. He slapped his hand, and a flame shot out. It was as fast as lightning. When the gatekeeper disciple's head flew off and his body fell to the ground, the other 7 people around him suddenly woke up. "Ah, junior brother Tsang Shao, what's wrong? Say something." The disciple's head was gone, but this person still asked him to speak. "Someone killed junior brother Tsang Shao? Who? Stand out if you have the guts." The 7 disciples suddenly emitted waves of coldness, and the surrounding people soaking in the hot spring immediately burst into an uproar. This was the raging Inferno Spring. How could a disciple of Song Dragon die here? No one would believe it, even if they said it. The oldest middle-aged man among the 7 suddenly stood out and looked at Qin Feng like an arrow. "You killed Song Shao? How dare you?" Qiu Ye and Qian Huan were anxious. The 2 women could see that the other party was powerful. However, they were standing beside Qin Feng, so they didn't see clearly that it was Qin Feng who attacked. So what if I killed him? I'll give you one last chance to escape. If you don't scram, I'll kill you. Qin Feng's voice was cold, as if he was a demon from hell. The 7 disciples of Song Dragon were stunned. Everyone looked at him in disbelief. They didn't know where this person got his arrogance from. How dare you challenge my dignity, Long Tsong? Kill him, the oldest middle-aged man roared and was the first to swing his fist at Qin Feng. The other 6 disciples came back to their senses and followed him. Qiuya and Qian Huan were ready for battle. The surrounding people who were watching the show had different expressions. Seeing that the battle was about to begin, a flame suddenly flew among the crowd. The 7 disciples of Song Dragon fell in a row before they could even get close to Qin Feng. The noisy environment suddenly became dead silent. The crowd, soaking in the hot spring, was dumbfounded. The air was filled with the stench of burnt blood. Qiuya and Qian Huan covered their noses and almost vomited. Qin Feng killed the 8 disciples of Song Dragon in one fell swoop and continued on his way as if nothing had happened. When the 3 of them galloped away on their horses, the disciples in the hot spring were still in a daze. Everyone looked at the empty space, not far away. There were 8 people lying on the ground in a mess. These people died miserably. They didn't even have the time to scream before they died. The oldest among the 8 was a young elder of Song Dragon. He was an expert who had stepped into stage 8 of True Energy Realm. However, such an expert couldn't withstand a single move from Qin Feng. Qin Feng held the map and galloped. Qiuya and Qian Huan were still in a daze. They realized that Qin Feng's strength had increased again. He was no longer the Qin Feng from 3 months ago. It was said that the heavenly fire wasn't far from the raging Inferno Spring. After an afternoon of traveling, the 3 of them arrived at this area. After entering the land of heavenly fire, the 3 of them found many problems. There was no one at this mission point. Moreover, the surrounding temperature was hotter than the other areas of Poison Sun City. It was already night time, but the land of heavenly fire was still as bright as day. This made Qin Feng remember what Deacony said. There were places in Poison Sun City where it was daytime and there was no night. This land of heavenly fire was most likely a place where it was daytime. Qiuya and Qian Huan had just entered the land of heavenly fire and were covered in sweat. The 2 women realized that their baths in the raging Inferno Spring were wasted. Qin Feng also felt uncomfortable from the heat. He wondered what would happen to Ruoro if she was really teleported here and stayed here for a week. Master, the system sensed Pikachu's aura. Little Pig's excited voice suddenly sounded. Qin Feng excitedly communicated telepathically. Where is it? Hurry and take me there. Master, Pikachu is a battle pet created by the system. As its master, you can also sense its existence, Little Pig reminded. Qin Feng was too worried about Ruoro and was flustered. He forced himself to calm down. A familiar feeling floated over from afar. Qin Feng, where are you going? Qiuya and Qian Huan child immediately chased after him. Qin Feng didn't even turn his head as he yelled, I found Ruoro. Let's hurry and go. The 3 of them were incredibly excited and sped up. Before they knew it, they had already charged into the depths of the land of heavenly fire. The temperature around them became higher and higher, and they felt as if their skin was about to be ignited. Qiuya and Qian Huan couldn't take it anymore. They slowed down because their bodies rubbed against each other as they ran, and they felt as if their bodies were being roasted. Qin Feng had an extreme ice demon core in his body. After activating the effects of the demon core, he was in a better condition. However, what shocked him was that the flames of the land of heavenly fire seemed to be even more powerful than extreme ice. Flaming Dragon Horse had already been recalled back into the system because its hooves were scorched. Qin Feng forced himself to continue running through the boundless desert. The soles of his shoes were worn out and blisters appeared on his feet. Qin Feng took off his clothes and sweat poured down his body like rain. He didn't see a single disciple doing a mission the entire way. This was enough to show the cruel environment of the land of heavenly fire. Normal Holy Gate disciples would probably be roasted to a crisp if they came here, let alone doing a mission after running for an unknown amount of time. Qin Feng's expression suddenly changed. Not far away, there was an unknown object lying in a pile of sand. That object was half buried in the sand, and some parts were exposed. Under the strong reflection of the sun, Qin Feng couldn't tell what it was. He hurriedly sped over. When he arrived, he found a woman lying on the ground. The woman seemed to have been unconscious for too long. Half of her body was submerged in the sand. When Qin Feng flipped the woman over, he immediately cried out in excitement, "Ruoro, hurry and wake up Ruoro. I'm Qin Feng, I'm here to save you." Qin Feng had already stepped into Poison Sun City for 8 days. During these 8 days, he didn't rest for even a moment. He continuously searched for the 3 women. Chapter 1460. Pai, 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 Pai. After carrying Su Ruoro out of the sand, Qin Feng discovered that Pikachu was lying in her arms. At this time, Pikachu's fur had turned black from the sun, and he looked exhausted and thirsty. He couldn't even finish his catchphrase. Qin Feng hurriedly took out a water bottle from the emerald spirit ring, poured half a cup of water, and placed it next to the Pikachu. The little guy crazily plunged its little head into the water. Qin Feng didn't pay attention to Pikachu. That little guy was a spirit beast and had an extremely tenacious life force. He hurriedly fetched some water to feed Suruoro, but found that Suruoro was unconscious and couldn't drink. Qin Feng drank a mouthful of water and slowly fed it to Ruoro's lips. As time passed, Chioya and Qian Huan also rushed over. When the 2 women saw that Qin Feng had found Su Ruoro, their eyes brimmed with tears of excitement. "Cough, cough!" Su Ruoro, who was lying in Qin Feng's arms, suddenly coughed. She furrowed her brows and slowly opened her eyes. Qin Feng and the others looked at her excitedly. Su Ruoro's weak voice sounded, "Qin Feng? Chioya? 1,000 illusions. You're all here. Am I dead? You must be hallucinating." Qin Feng's heart ached as he hugged Su Ruoro tighter. He wiped the fine beads of sweat from her forehead. "Don't speak nonsense. You're my Qin Feng's woman. No one in this world can kill you." Qin Feng's voice lingered in her ears, and the familiar warmth of his body rippled in her nose. Su Ruoro's eyes suddenly widened as she stared fixedly at Qin Feng. She discovered that Qin Feng was not Qin Feng, but Xiao Feng. If she had really died, she would have seen Qin Feng in her hallucinations. But why was it Xiao Feng? "I'm not dead? Qin Feng, is that really you? I finally found you." Su Ruoro suddenly shed 2 streams of tears. She thought she would never see Qin Feng again. Chioya and Qian Huan also couldn't help but cry. The 3 women's journey to find Qin Feng could be said to have been arduous and bumpy. Now that everyone was finally reunited, they shed tears of joy. Qin Feng wiped away the tears of the 3 women. Su Ruoro rested on the sand for a while and gradually recovered her strength. Qin Feng helped her up, and the 4 of them looked at each other and smiled. It was an indescribable smile of reunion after a long time. "Qin Feng, let's go back to Spirit Immortal City?" Chioya suggested. She could not wait to go back and reunite with Hua Yan and the other girls. Qian Huan and Ruoro also had the same thoughts. Just as Qin Feng was about to bring the 3 women away from this scorching hot place, a massive explosion suddenly sounded out from under their feet. The sandy ground actually caved in, and the 4 of them fell into a gigantic pit. The 3 women were caught off guard and screamed in fear. Qin Feng's expression was incomparably grave. He looked down and saw a bottomless pit. He didn't know what was at the bottom of the pit. He tried to fly everyone out of the pit with his flying swords and golden wheels, but he found that there was a strong gravitational force in the black hole, which forcibly pulled them in. After falling for an unknown period of time, a ray of light finally shone from beneath his feet. Following the appearance of the light, everyone felt a wave of scorching air rising from the ground. If Qin Feng hadn't covered everyone with a layer of ice, Su Ruoro and the other two women would have been melted by this scorching heat. Qin Feng, what's going on? Chiyoya asked anxiously. Qin Feng had yet to figure out the situation. At this moment, they finally landed on the ground. However, they discovered that it was not ground beneath their feet, but a sea of molten lava. Anything that fell into it instantly turned into ashes. The reason why the four of them were not melted was because Qin Feng used all his strength to activate his ice demon core and continuously created layers of ice to protect everyone. However, the heat coming from the molten lava was so intense that it continuously melted the layers of ice. Qin Feng only stood on the molten lava for half a minute, and his forehead was already covered in sweat. He even felt that the supply of true qi in his body was a little insufficient. He was now in the early stage of true qi stage 9, and his true qi was extremely abundant. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the underground molten lava was. Master, hurry and enter Immortal Island, or else you guys will really die. Little Pig's anxious yell came. Qin Feng activated his thoughts without thinking. Swoosh! After a strange formation fluctuation, the scene in front of the four of them changed drastically. The scorching heat of being stripped naked and exposed to the scorching sun disappeared. The spring wind blew on Immortal Island, making everyone feel comfortable. Chiyoya and Qian Huanchild had already been to Immortal Island, and now they let out a long sigh of relief. On the other hand, it was Su Ruoro's first time here, and she was stunned by the pleasant scenery before her. Just a second ago, she was in a hopeless situation in the molten lava, and this feeling was like she had transmigrated. Ruoro, don't worry, this is my secret base. We are temporarily safe. Qin Feng saw Su Ruoro's astonished expression and comforted her. Su Ruoro was still in a daze. She looked at the fire demon tree and the three giant beasts in disbelief. Chiyoya and Qian Huan had already pulled her to the clear spring to prepare for a bath. Qin Feng sat under the fire demon tree, and his brows were tightly furrowed. This immortal island had a total of 3 formation entrances. One was in Qin Feng's mind, and it moved according to his movements. He placed one in the spiritual immortal gate, and there was another formation that Qin Feng did not use. The formation on him was very useful, and it could resolve urgent matters. However, this formation had some loopholes. He would be teleported to the place he was teleported from. Although Qin Feng and the 3 women were temporarily safe, they could only stay on this immortal island for now. If they wanted to leave, they could only appear above the molten lava. Little Pig, what is that molten lava? Is it more powerful than my extreme ice? Qin Feng was puzzled. The extreme ice demon core in his body was the myriad beast true ice, and normal flames could not melt extreme ice. Even if Qin Feng was in a sea of fire, as long as he had the extreme ice to protect him, he would be fine. Little Pig's voice became solemn. Master, according to the system's judgment, that molten lava is the fire of heaven and earth. It is born with heaven and earth and can melt anything. It is a level higher than the myriad beast true ice. Qin Feng thought of the system's classification of the intensity of flames in this world. From low to high, there were the natural fire seed, demonic fire, raging true energy fire, myriad beast true fire, and heavenly flame. The natural fire seed was a normal flame, such as the fire seed used for cooking. The demonic fire was a flame formed by demonic cultivators through demonic qi. The raging true energy fire was a flame released by a powerful cultivator who had stepped into the true energy realm. The myriad beast true fire was a flame produced by the demon core of a demonic beast or spirit beast. The most powerful flame was the heavenly flame. It was Qin Feng's first time encountering this kind of fire seed. After learning that the flame in the molten lava was a type of heavenly flame, Qin Feng accepted the fact that it could melt extreme ice. He also understood why Poison Sun City was so hot all year round. It was probably because of the heavenly flame underground. For a moment, Qin Feng was very depressed. He could not think of a way to resist such a powerful fire seed. Master, the heavenly flame is of a higher level than the myriad beast's true fire. It is a fire seed with a mind of its own. Master can even think of it as a type of living creature. So, the heavenly flame can also be subdued. Little Pig got to the main point. Qin Feng suddenly became spirited. How do I subdue the heavenly flame? The theory is the same as subduing beasts. As long as you capture the will of the heavenly flame, shatter it, and pour it into Master's mind, you can subdue it. Little Pig made it sound simple, but Qin Feng knew it was not so easy. First, he had to be able to endure in the molten lava until he devoured the heavenly flame's mind. However, the heavenly flame was too powerful, and Qin Feng was afraid that he would not be able to endure it. Little Pig naturally understood the difficulty at the moment, so it suggested, Master, if you really want to subdue that unusual fire of heaven and earth, you can buy the 10,000-year-old ice armor from the system and try. If you really can't subdue it, Master can return to Immortal Island. Little Pig's suggestion was pretty good. Qin Feng looked through the system's inventory and quickly found the 10,000-year ice armor it mentioned. 10,000-year ice armor created by mysterious ice of heaven and earth. Boundless ice seal. System price, 300,000 hedonist points. Qin Feng's mouth twitched. The 10,000-year ice armor was not cheap. He only had 369,000 hedonist points left. If he bought the 10,000-year ice armor, he would become a pauper. What's more, he owed the system 1 million hedonist points. Just thinking about it made Qin Feng's balls ache. Most importantly, it was Qin Feng's first time subduing a heavenly flame. He did not know how powerful the heavenly flame underground was. If buying the 10,000-year ice armor still couldn't subdue the heavenly flame, then it would be a wasted effort. Qin Feng immediately felt conflicted. This was a huge risk, but he knew that opportunity and risk coexisted. Master, there is no heavenly flame in the hedonist sovereign system. If Master successfully subdues this heavenly flame, you will be helping the system to complete its deficiencies. The system will reward Master handsomely. Little Pig suddenly said. Qin Feng's eyes lit up and he immediately stood up. At the same time, the system's notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Host Qin Feng has spent 300,000 hedonist points and successfully purchased the 10,000-year ice armor. The host has a total of 69,000 hedonist points. The host still owes the system 1 million hedonist points. Please work hard to complete quests and earn more hedonist points. Qin Feng had already made his decision. A dark blue ice armor appeared on his body. When he put on the 10,000-year ice armor, the ground under his feet started to freeze. Even the surrounding air was covered in a layer of ice. Some of the sunlight that shone into the ice armor was instantly frozen. It was a rare sight. The entire Immortal Island turned into a world of ice and snow. Everyone and the beasts were stunned and looked in his direction. Qin Feng, what happened to you? Su Ruoro's anxious voice traveled over. However, her voice was frozen, and the speed at which it traveled was dozens of times slower. Qin Feng was stunned by the power of the 10,000-year ice armor. This thing was simply a walking freezer. If he wore it on the streets in the summer, a group of people would definitely die of jealousy. I'll go test the lava underground. You guys don't run around. Qin Feng's voice was also frozen. When his voice reached the three women's ears, he was long gone from the Immortal Island. Chapter 1461. After wearing the 10,000-year ice armor, Qin Feng suddenly felt confident. If this ice armor was too powerful, even the pool of lava underground would be frozen in an instant. When that time came, Qin Feng would take the three women to Ice Gate. Just as he was fantasizing, his figure landed on the lava. Instantly, all his fantasies were shattered. The 10,000-year ice armor melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. The originally dark blue color became clear. Holy crap! Did the system sell a fake? Qin Feng cried out. Little Pig complained, Master, please don't doubt the authenticity of the Hedonist sovereign system. The 10,000-year ice armor you bought was made from a small amount of heaven and earth mysterious ice. But the lava you're standing on is the heart of a real mysterious flame's fire seed. Qin Feng already sensed the danger. He didn't dare to waste any more time and hurriedly activated the extreme ice demon core in his body. Under the dual effects of extreme ice and the 10,000-year ice armor, Qin Feng didn't feel the pain of being roasted in the sea of fire. However, he discovered that the 10,000-year ice armor and extreme ice were still quickly melting. At this rate, he would soon be toyed to death. Master, hurry and capture the mysterious flame's consciousness, Little Pig yelled urgently. Without needing it to say anything, Qin Feng had already started to concentrate. Ever since he drank the elementary spiritual potion when he subdued the giant winged fire demon, his spiritual power had increased fivefold and became incredibly powerful. A strange energy wave rippled around Qin Feng. The aura was like a group of living beings that were searching for other traces of life in the lava. After searching for a while, Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. He felt a consciousness hidden in the depths of the lava. When his consciousness came into contact with the other party, the consciousness quickly escaped like a loach. Boom, boom. However, at this moment, the lava under Qin Feng's feet suddenly boiled, as if it was roaring angrily. The lava in the pool shot up into the sky like an enraged fire dragon. The sparks flew and completely enveloped Qin Feng. Qin Feng suddenly felt the temperature around him rise explosively. The 10,000-year ice armor on his body melted even faster. As for the extreme ice layer, it melted almost instantly. Master, you've angered the mysterious flame. Little Pig's voice was extremely anxious. At this moment, Qin Feng wore the 10,000-year ice armor, but he also felt like he was being roasted in a bonfire. His skin became bright red and his hair felt like it was on fire. In the lava, Qin Feng gritted his teeth and continued to capture the mysterious flame's consciousness. Due to the mysterious flame's emotions fluctuating, its consciousness became stronger and was quickly captured by Qin Feng. An invisible battle had begun. Qin Feng realized that the strange flame's spiritual power was extremely strong, and he couldn't control it for a while. Moreover, the strange flame became more and more violent, and the molten lava beneath his feet started to boil continuously. The 10,000-year ice armor had already turned from dark blue to light blue, and it seemed to be gradually becoming transparent. Qin Feng also felt his body getting hotter and hotter. He was even worried that the 10,000-year ice armor would shatter in the next second. If that happened, he would instantly turn into ashes in this magma. Master, the situation is bad. You should hurry back to Immortal Island. Little Pig was worried. Qin Feng knew his current situation better than anyone else, but he still gritted his teeth and persisted. The strange flame's telekinesis was completely under his control, and it was making its final struggle. Now was the time to test their endurance and courage. Qin Feng had spent 300,000 hedonist points to buy the 10,000-year ice armor, so he didn't want to waste all his efforts. Boom! Boom! The mysterious flame's consciousness seemed to be unable to hold on any longer. Its emotions had reached a state of madness. Lava surged out from the ground, and everything in the surroundings was instantly melted. The 10,000-year ice armor on Qin Feng's body couldn't hold on any longer. It became completely transparent and disappeared in the sea of fire. Little Pig yelled anxiously, but Qin Feng couldn't leave in time. He made his final struggle at the same time. The people in Poison Sun City were all shocked. The temperature in the already scorching Poison Sun City skyrocketed. Many low-level disciples were burned to death in the sand. Everyone was in different areas, but they all looked towards the direction of the legendary heavenly fire. Flames shot into the sky, and the entire sky was burnt red. Holy crap! Poison Sun City is going to meet its end. Everyone run. It's said that the reason why Poison Sun City is so hot all year round is because there's a mysterious flame hidden underground in the legendary heavenly fire. Could it be that the mysterious flame has changed? Hurry and go to the legendary heavenly fire. If we can capture the mysterious flame, it'll be a peerless treasure. All of a sudden, all of the disciples in Poison Sun City rushed towards the legendary heavenly fire. The closer they got, the more they felt the scorching heat. At the heart of the deviant flame underground, the boiling lava had disappeared, and there was an object lying in the bottomless pit. The object was charred black and had been burned into charcoal. At first glance, it was impossible to tell what the hell it was. Cough, cough. The ghost suddenly moved. He coughed and sat up. When he opened his eyes, 2 flames shot out from his eyes. The flames landed on the rock wall in front of him and instantly pierced through the rock wall, leaving 2 cracks that were hundreds of meters long. "Master, you're still alive." Little Pig's incredulous voice sounded out. Qin Feng was so angry that he violently coughed again. "You damned pig, do you want me to die?" Little Pig jumped around excitedly. "Why would I want Master to die?" I was shocked. Master didn't die even after that. His skin is even thicker than mine. Qin Feng rolled his eyes. He didn't know if Little Pig was praising him or insulting him. However, he quickly became excited. In the battle just then, he had devoured the mysterious flame's will and completely subdued it. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for subduing the purple cloud celestial fire. The system rewards host Qin Feng 1,000,000 hedonist points. The system suddenly sounded out, causing Qin Feng to be dumbfounded. Subduing the mysterious flame had given him 1,000,000 hedonist points. The host has a total of 1,069,000 hedonist points. Would you like to repay your debt? The system continued to ask. Yes. Qin Feng replied. The host has borrowed 1,000,000 hedonist points from the system, and the interest is 0. 1% per day. This loan has been going on for 20 days, so the host has earned 20,000 hedonist points. In total, the host has paid back 1,020,000 hedonist points. The host has a total of 49,000 hedonist points. Qin Feng let out a long sigh of relief. He was now debt-free. He started to check the mysterious flame. According to the system's introduction, the mysterious flame had a name: Purple Dusk Immortal Fire. The mysterious flame was faint purple in color, and its intensity was extremely fierce. Now that Qin Feng had subdued the Purple Dusk Immortal Fire, the mysterious flames had fused with him. As long as Qin Feng willed it, he could release the mysterious flame. Rumble! Qin Feng stepped on his golden wheel and flew to the ground. Ever since the Purple Dusk Immortal Fire was subdued, the lava underground had disappeared, and the strong suction force was also gone. He leaped into the air, and with a thought, purple flames surrounded him, burning the deep pit underground until it was purplish red. Qin Feng landed safely on the ground, and he noticed that the scenery in the legendary land of heavenly fire had changed. The poisonous weather had disappeared, and the surrounding temperature had plummeted. A cool breeze blew, and Qin Feng felt as if he was in the midst of spring. "Qin Feng, what happened to you?" Qin Feng pulled the 3 women back to the land of heavenly fire from the immortal island after learning that they were out of danger. The 3 women were shocked as soon as they landed, and they looked at Qin Feng, who was as black as charcoal. Qin Feng looked at his body, and he was also shocked by his current appearance. His clothes had long been burned, and his body seemed to be covered in a layer of black ash. He looked like a savage that had escaped from a cave on the top of a mountain. He immediately returned to the immortal island, jumped into the small lake under the waterfall, and took a cold shower. After the ashes and ashes on his body were washed away, his pure white skin that shone with a holy radiance was revealed. Qin Feng discovered that after subduing the purple dusk immortal fire, his aura had changed. He had a delicate and refined aura, as if he was an immortal that did not eat the food of the mortal world. When he returned to the legendary land of heavenly fire, the three women were shocked again. They discovered that Qin Feng had instantly changed from a refugee to a rich young master. Qin Feng, what happened just now? Why does this place look like a different place? The three women ran to Qin Feng's side, and Su Ruo looked around curiously. A week ago, Su Ruo stepped into this land. When she first arrived at the land of heavenly fire, she felt unbearably hot. If it wasn't for the fact that she was determined to find Qin Feng, she would have died in this boundless desert. But now, she discovered that this place was not hot at all. In fact, it felt like a spring breeze. As far as the eye could see, oases had appeared in the originally boundless desert. It was truly unimaginable. Qiuye and Qian Huan were also confused. As for why this place had changed, only Qin Feng knew. It was because he had subdued the purple dusk immortal fire, and Poison Sun City would no longer exist. "Oh no! Someone is coming!" Su Ruo suddenly cried out, and everyone hurriedly looked into the distance. A large group of people rushed over from all directions, and dust flew everywhere. It was a spectacular scene. The three women became nervous. With their cultivation bases, they were cannon fodder in the divine land. So why did so many people come from all directions? Qin Feng stood in front of the three women like a towering mountain. He looked around with an indifferent expression and did not take the newcomer seriously. Soon, more than 10 groups of people arrived at Qin Feng's side. They wore the uniforms of different holy sects, and as soon as they arrived, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. They wondered if they had walked out of Poison Sun City's territory. "Hey, which sect are you four from?" Someone yelled at Qin Feng and the three women. Someone else asked about the situation here. "Have you been here all this time? What happened when the fire shot into the sky?" Su Ruo and the other two women were already flustered. They wanted to hide on the immortal island, but they discovered that Qin Feng had no intention of leaving. "What does it have to do with us being here? If there's nothing else, leave this place. Otherwise, bear the consequences." Qin Feng stood in the middle of the crowd with an indifferent expression. Chapter 1462. The crowd was instantly in an uproar. They were enraged by Qin Feng's arrogant and cold attitude. "Brett, do you know who we are? We are the disciples of the White Sky Gate. Be careful, you won't be able to keep your life." Qin Feng looked coldly at the gray-robed man. "I don't care if you are from the White Sky Gate or the Southern Sky Gate. If you dare to say one more word, I'll turn you into ashes." Qin Feng was not afraid at all when surrounded by disciples from various sections. His words were extremely arrogant. The White Sky Gate disciple was stunned. When he regained his senses, he immediately raised his sword and slashed at him. "Brett, you're courting death. Rumble." Before the long sword landed, 2 beams of fire shot out from Qin Feng's eyes. The White Sky Gate disciple's body froze in midair and was instantly turned into ashes by the purple dusk immortal fire. The other 3 White Sky Gate disciples were about to attack, but they suddenly stopped on their horses. Their eyeballs were about to fall out of their sockets. They felt like they were dreaming. The crowd exclaimed. Qin Feng's godly skill of shooting fire from his eyes completely shocked everyone. Even Su Ruo and the other 2 girls were dumbfounded. They even thought that they couldn't casually look at Qin Feng's eyes in the future. What if Qin Feng spat out fire from excitement? The sect disciples who were about to attack completely gave up on the idea. The people who were about to shout at Qin Feng swallowed their words back into their stomachs. There were more and more people surrounding them. The people who arrived first were still in a daze. The sect disciples who arrived later still didn't understand the situation. They thought to themselves, Why are these disciples from other sects acting like idiots? Hey, your elder wants to ask you something. Answer me truthfully. The fire shot into the sky just now. I'm afraid the heavenly fire moved. Have you been staying here? Did you find anything? A new fish gate disciple shouted at Qin Feng. After looking around, he realized that only Qin Feng's eyes were shining. As for the others, they looked like they were in a daze. The first batch of Holy Gate disciples looked at the Fish Gate disciple with sympathy. Some even looked at him like he was an idiot. The Fish Gate disciple was pissed. He suddenly pulled out the 2 battle axes on his back and shouted at the crowd. Why the fuck are you looking at your elder? Your elder is warning you I'm a real man. Don't pry into your elder's masculinity. And you brat, are you deaf or mute? Hurry up and answer my question. The disciples of the Yu sect still didn't know what was going on and were shouting at Qin Feng. Many people had playful smiles on their faces. Qin Feng glanced at the disciple, and immediately 2 purple flames shot out. Before the disciple could react, the battle axe in his hand was melted into ashes. This time, the people who rushed over and didn't know what was going on were immediately stunned. They looked at Qin Feng as if they had seen a ghost. Qin Feng swept his gaze across the crowd, his voice full of authority. There's nothing to study here. If you have nothing to do, go do quests. My eyes can shoot fire, and I can't control it. If I burn someone to death, I won't be responsible. Qin Feng's words scared the crowd to death. Eyes that could shoot fire. Was this a human or a monster? However, some of the more knowledgeable disciples were extremely shocked. They had heard that the fairies who had stepped into the immortal Qi realm could walk on air and summon lightning and fire with a wave of their hands. In the blink of an eye, they could destroy all living things. Could it be that the young hero in front of him is a fairy realm master? It doesn't seem like it, regardless of whether Qin Feng was a fairy realm master or not. The Holy Gate's disciples who rushed over didn't dare to stay here any longer. The crowd rushed over hurriedly and left as if they were fleeing for their lives. Only Qin Feng and the other 3 people were left on the boundless desert. Su Ruo and the other 2 women were still in a daze. Qin Feng, how can your eyes shoot fire? Qian Huan asked in disbelief. Su Ruo and Qiu Ye also looked over curiously. They couldn't understand why. Qin Feng smiled and said, Did you notice that the environment of this legendary land of heavenly fire has changed? It isn't as hot as it was before, and some oases have even appeared in the desert. Qin Feng's words caused the 3 women to nod. He continued, Actually, it isn't just this legendary land of heavenly fire that has changed. The environment and climate of the entire Poison Sun City have changed. Why is it like this? The 3 women were more and more surprised. The reason why Poison Sun City is so hot all year round, regardless of day or night, is because there is a heavenly flame hidden beneath this legendary land of heavenly flames. Now that the heavenly flame has been subdued by me, Poison Sun City has returned to its normal climate. After Qin Feng explained, the 3 women's expressions changed. Su Ruo said, Could it be the underground lava we fell into? Is that the heavenly flame? Qin Feng nodded. With a thought, 2 purple flames shot out of his eyes. The purple flames shot into a small sand dune 100 meters away. The sand dune instantly turned into ashes. The 3 women were dumbfounded. The heavenly flame is called the Purple Cloud Celestial Flame. It has been subdued by me. The reason why my eyes can shoot flames is because of this. Su Ruo and the other 2 finally understood. However, the shock in their eyes didn't disappear. They didn't expect Qin Feng to become so powerful. He could even subdue a spiritual object like the heavenly flame. Now that the 3 women had been found and the purple cloud celestial flame had been subdued, Qin Feng was in a good mood. He reorganized his thoughts and decided to send the 3 women back to Spirit Immortal City. Then he would kill his way to the 1,000 Shadows sect and take Zhao Ling Xian away. Just as the 4 of them were about to leave, the sandy ground suddenly caved in. Endless yellow sand flowed into the ground, forming a giant whirlpool under their feet. In the blink of an eye, they fell into the whirlpool. What's going on? Don't tell me there's another heavenly flame? Su Ruo cried out. Chiuya and Qian Huan also didn't understand the situation. However, the three women held each other's hands tightly. Su Ruo's other hand grabbed Qin Feng's arm tightly. No matter what happened underground, the three women wanted to die with Qin Feng. Even Qin Feng didn't understand the situation. However, he was sure that there wouldn't be another heavenly flame in Poison Sun City. The sandy ground caved in very violently. Moreover, a strong suction force came from the depths of the ground. It was the same feeling as when the four of them fell into the underground lava. Lil Pig, what's going on? Qin Feng was depressed. Master, even the extremely intelligent Lil Pig doesn't understand this time. Master, you should act according to the situation. If the situation isn't right, go back to Immortal Island and hide. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched. He was very suspicious of Lil Pig's self-proclaimed, extremely intelligent words. After a few breaths, the four of them fell all the way down. Suddenly, they felt something under their feet. The temperature suddenly dropped. When they looked around, their eyeballs and jaws dropped to the ground. Qin Feng, where are we? Su Ruo had a cute expression on her face. Qian Huan and Chiu Ya also had dumbfounded expressions. Qin Feng was even more incredulous. Not long ago, the four of them were under the scorching sun and endless sand. Now they were in a world of ice and snow. Master, this should be the other of the two divine continents' perilous lands. Extreme Ice City. Lil Pig's voice sounded. Qin Feng immediately thought of Deacon Yi's words. There were 8 independent cities and 1 public fire beacon city in the divine continent. Other than that, there were 2 other perilous lands. One was Poison Sun City, where Qin Feng was just standing, and the other was Extreme Ice City. Qin Feng had never been to Extreme Ice City before, so he wasn't sure if this land of ice and snow was the real Extreme Ice City. He was even more confused. How did they suddenly fall from Poison Sun City to Extreme Ice City? Hey, which sect are you guys from? Why are you dressed so strangely? While Qin Feng and the others were puzzled, a group of men riding on horses came from the wind and snow. These disciples were all wrapped in thick cotton clothes, boots, and hats. Even the hooves of the horses they were riding on were wrapped in cotton cloth to protect them from the cold. Qin Feng and the others had just arrived from Poison Sun City. They were all wearing shorts and short sleeves. They looked like 4 idiots in the wind and snow. They had only arrived for less than half a minute, but the 3 women were already sneezing from the cold. Qin Feng looked at the group of men and asked, "Brothers, what is this place?" The 8 men on horses were stunned. They stared at Qin Feng as if they had seen a cave. The oldest among them said, "You guys don't know where this is, and you came here? Why are you dressed like this?" What the elder meant was, "Why haven't you guys frozen to death?" Qin Feng didn't care about his words and asked again, "What is this place?" Everyone was sure that Qin Feng and the others really didn't know where this place was. Their expressions became even more strange. The elder said, "This is one of the 2 perilous places in the divine continent, Extreme Ice City. There is no sun all year round, and the temperature is below -30 degrees. I advise you to leave quickly. Otherwise, you will freeze to death," the elder warned them out of goodwill. However, Qin Feng wasn't worried about freezing to death. He had just subdued the purple cloud immortal fire in Poison Sun City. If he was frozen to death, then he would be seeing a ghost. Seeing the 3 women shivering in the cold, Qin Feng hurriedly walked to the center of the 3 women. With a thought, the purple cloud immortal fire in his body started to circulate. Instantly, Qin Feng was like a small stove, roasting the 3 women with warmth. "Huh, where did you 4 come from? Why don't you guys feel cold?" The elder quickly discovered the abnormality. He saw that Qin Feng and the others were wearing thin clothes. They looked like they were bathing in the spring breeze in this world of ice and snow. All the disciples were dumbfounded. Qin Feng casually made up an excuse and said, "This is indeed our first time coming to Extreme Ice City. We don't know much about the situation here. Therefore, we are wearing thin clothes and didn't prepare much." The group of disciples that the elder led was speechless. Extreme Ice City was one of the 2 perilous places in the Divine Continent. Every year, many Sacred Gate disciples would freeze to death here. All disciples that came here to do missions would make ample preparations. Who would have thought that Qin Feng and the others would come here without any preparations? Moreover, they were standing in the snow like nothing had happened. The elder didn't know what to say. He didn't say anything more about the problem of keeping warm. "You guys came here to hunt snow beasts, right? Since we are fated to meet, let's go."